All right. Let's get started the session. Our session, the topic is evolving global order and the major powers perspective on the Indo-Pacific, and supported by the Korea Foundation. And I'm the moderator of this panel. My name is Kim Seok-woo from University of Seoul. Nice to meet you. We have three discussants from different countries, one from the United States, one from Japan, and one from Australia, which are the major countries involving in the Indo-Pacific policy and strategy initiated by the Japanese government about 10 years ago. And we have 2 hours to go, and we are sitting in a huge sized room, but we have only a few people on the floor. That's okay. And I have Professor Soeya next to me on site, and the 2 other discussants will join us via Zoom and internet. And the format of this session is like this. 3 discussants will present their opinions and their papers for each for 15 to 20 minutes. And after that, the moderator, myself, and all the discussants will raise some questions to each other and making some comments on the other discussants' presentations. And we will open the panel to the floor. Actually, there are only a few people now, but I expect more people will come to join us in later time. And after getting all the comments and the questions from the floor, I will give each discussant to respond to the questions, comments, and after that we will wrap up. Okay. The first presenter will be Professor Goidel from the Texas A&M University, and he's joining us via Zoom. Professor Goidel, Kirby, are you there? Do you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, nice to meet you. And are you ready for presentation?
Sure, I think so.
Okay, you will have 15 to 20 minutes.
Let me share my screen.
I can see you well, and I can hear you. No problem.
Okay, let me share that. So I can't see you all now.
Okay, all right.
But I think that's probably okay.
Yeah,
I didn't start at the beginning of the presentation, but I'll try to go fairly quickly. When we first started talking about this, I first thought, well, it's an international studies group, and I'm an American politics scholar, so anything I say should be taken with a grain of salt. But I do think this nicely intersects with some of my own expertise in my interest in foreign policy and in terms of public opinion and in terms of what's going on in the U.S. presidential elections. And I think one of the great questions that we're asking in American politics right now is, what would a second Trump administration mean? And specifically, does it mean a withdrawal from the world? And just to sort of give away what I'm going to try to convince you of in the course of this presentation is, I don't think we really know very well what is going to happen or what might happen if there is a second Trump term. But the same forces that Trump unleashes on American politics, I think we also we will see those forces play out if President Biden happens to win a second term as well. So I started thinking of this initially really in terms of what's happening in terms of U.S. foreign policy, and especially what's happening with the Republican Party it's quite remarkable to see the Republican Party in the United States move into a isolationist stance. You have to go back before World War II to really get to a position where the U.S. was potentially withdrawing from international relations and where we saw strong isolationist instincts. And America First has been used quite a bit. Some people trace it back to the Know Nothing Party in the 1850s in the United States, a very nativist party. It was clearly and explicitly an isolationist movement right before World War II, led by Charles Lindbergh, pushing to keep the U.S. out of World War II under the argument that by staying out of the war, we would protect democracy and protect American interests at home. World War II itself hurt this, and there were other aspects of the movement. It was criticized as being anti-Semitic and potentially having some Nazi connections, but World War II largely put that particular movement to rest. But even after that movement sort of died away, there was still a strong isolationist component to the Republican Party. And I think if we're going to really track when the internationalists won on the Republican side, we have to look at Dwight Eisenhower in 1952. He was running as an internationalist within the Republican Party. Robert Taft was running still as the isolationist, still as someone who believed that we were best limiting our foreign engagement in the world. And again, this is in the aftermath of World War II. And it is a highly contested Republican convention. In fact, some of the delegate counts were there were contested delegates in terms of deciding the winner of that particular contest. But when Eisenhower wins, what we then see is the Republican Party move into a very strong defense, very strong internationalist, very strong anti-communist posture. And it holds really from at least until the end of the Vietnam War. So just providing that history, I think, helps us to understand a little bit about sort of how much Trump has turned the Republican Party on its head. And he's done this in a lot of different ways, but especially in terms of his foreign policy stance. It is also worth noting, I think, that there was another America First candidate before Donald Trump. Pat Buchanan in 1992 decided to challenge President George H.W. Bush on a campaign of economic populism, but also in terms of isolationist withdrawal in terms of foreign policy, saying that we had overreached and overextended in the world, and we needed to take care of Americans first. And it's really kind of remarkable taking the time and looking back at this and thinking about Buchanan specifically, because of how similar his campaign was to Donald Trump's. Very much in terms of all the components. And so it raises an important question, especially for an American politics public opinion scholar. Why did Buchanan fail and Trump succeed? And I think the answer is it was all about timing. Coming after the fall of the Berlin Wall, without the great power competition, Buchanan just his movement couldn't gain much ground and couldn't find a foothold in American politics. If you fast forward to 2016, though, now we're talking about after the decision to invade Iraq, the ongoing war in Iraq, ongoing military exercises in Afghanistan, and Trump's isolationism was more appealing to Republican voters, and so this allows him to be successful where previous candidates were not. I also think it's important when we're going to look at some of the polling data, it's not always clear that there's a strong isolationist component to American politics, but I think what Trump does is he recognizes the potential and taps into it. And I'll show you why I think that's the case here. This is from the Chicago Council of Global Affairs, and it's a question frequently used about support for whether the U.S. should take an active part in the world or stay out of world affairs. And the thing that I would call your attention, a couple of things that I would call your attention to, one is the decline. Now, the decline in support for an active role of the U.S. in world affairs really begins before Trump. You see the decline starting around 2006, and it's going down some. It's still, there's a lot of support for an active role in world affairs, but the decline begins before Trump. Second, it doesn't just take off immediately with Trump, and I think that's important because of some research that Dr. Lee and I have done together on NATO. We found that Trump wasn't always a perfect messenger for his message, and I think what has to happen for this to take hold on the American politics side is you have to have other Republicans join in. And so it's not just Trump winning and taking on the isolationist banner and taking on the American First banner. It's other Republicans winning and then taking cues from Donald Trump that you see the Republican Party really move in that direction. And so what we end up with is a notable gap in the preferences for taking a role in an active role in international affairs. And we also see it if we just look at here at Republicans, it's sharper. This is the first time since 1974 that more Republicans have wanted to stay out of world affairs than wanted to play an active role in world affairs. The distinction is even stronger if we isolate the non-Trump Republicans and we pull them out. These are people who specifically voted for Trump versus those who did not, supporters of Donald Trump versus those who are not supporters, and you see an even sharper decline among that group. It also extends when we think about public opinion. We often think about general orientations and we think about specific applications of the general orientation. You could support less of a role for the U.S. in world affairs, but maybe support more of an active role in a particular setting. But we are also seeing that it extends beyond just the general support into specific circumstances. So I pulled this particular graph for South Korea specifically, and you can see the decline from 2021 to 2023 in terms of Americans. These are Republicans, and we're comparing Trump Republicans to non-Trump Republicans, but saying that we should be willing to defend our allies, and it shows up in other cases in the data as well. So it's not specific to this particular context, but it makes you wonder how much commitment there will be if the public opinion is not there to support the action. And it also extends to a decline in support from military bases over the previous year. And again, you see the decline in support across different places, ranging from Germany to South Korea to Japan. So lots of different places where there's an increasing question. And again, this is Republicans only, and it's about supporting long-term U.S. bases. So with that in mind, it does give you some concern if we're thinking about the U.S. perspective on the world. Is the U.S. still going to want to play a leadership role in the world, and especially if Donald Trump gets elected? So what's the likelihood of Donald Trump getting elected? Right now, if we're looking at national polling data, it's basically a coin toss. Since Donald Trump's conviction of fraud, we have seen Biden gain some ground, Trump lose some ground. But one of the really remarkable things, and I don't think enough people are commenting about this line, is just how flat it is, how consistent the support is for Biden and Trump, just kind of across the board. It's really pretty remarkable that despite all the things going on, if we're looking at the average, the polling average has stayed pretty consistent with some slight movement back and forth. What does that tell us about who's going to win? I'm calling this the everything everywhere all at once election, because the election's so tight. I think it's a coin toss. I think it means everything matters in terms of deciding who wins and who loses. And it's going to be hard as a social scientist to be able to piece out what it is really that drives or causes a win or a loss in this particular election cycle. But Trump still has an advantage in the polling because, as you know, as I think as lots of people know, in the U.S. politics, it's not about the national vote, it's about the swing states, and he maintains an advantage in the swing states. And so if we're just basing it on the polling, just based on what's happening today, then what we say is it's probably going to be a President Donald Trump. But when we add in other things, the contextual data that we know also influences elections, like economic data, then we look at Biden having a slight advantage. The logic of this is over the course of time, as we move closer to election day, we expect that Biden will pick up just enough support to win because the economic fundamentals are pretty strong. Now, I should note, not everything is agreeing with this particular perspective. There are forecasting models that have different perspectives. And so right now, if I have to predict, I would go with this particular prediction. I would say I think Biden's going to win, but it's so narrow that anything can change as we move closer to election day. One sort of final thing that I think is very important here: no matter who wins the election, we are going to have divided government. The Senate is almost certainly going to flip, and it's going to go to the Republicans, and the House is almost certainly going to flip, and it's going to go for the Democrats. What does that mean in terms of the U.S. perspective, in terms of an evolving world order, and in terms of policy and foreign policy specifically? It's not clear. Any president is going to have to work with both parties. I think the two big questions that I have, and I have them bolded here: if Trump wins, will political institutions hold? We know that he likes to act alone, and he may well act alone on foreign policy and just ignore the House, which will likely be under Democratic control. If Biden wins, the forces that gave rise to Trump still play an important role in American politics, and there are lots of Trump Republicans in both the House and the Senate. He's going to have to still deal with the isolationist undercurrents. I've got most of the conclusions here, but I think the one thing that I would really go back to is that we have seen some evidence, I think, that Biden may be open to more of a Trump foreign policy than it's. And so the one thing I would want to walk away is that the election won't decide everything. Defeating Trump's not going to put the isolationist genie back in the bottle. If Biden wins, it's still there. Biden has shown some sympathies to some of the America First program and some of the America First policies, especially on tariffs. They will argue it's a much different approach, and I agree with them. But you still see some leanings from Biden in that particular direction. And then the final thing is, all of this is conditional on everything staying pretty much the way it is, and that we don't have any shocks to the system, because any shock to the system completely undermines the presentation, and we have to go back to the drawing board and reconsider our assumptions. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Goidel. Basically, he, based upon the history of the Republican isolationism in the United States, he touched upon the coming election in the United States and is the possible effect on the global order and the United States foreign policy in the Pacific. But the conclusion is not very clear, but the who will win the election doesn't matter much, because any president will face the divided government and will be influenced by the Republican isolationism. Is that correct? Kind of?
Yeah, I would say it matters, and it matters a lot, but it may matter less than we want to believe sometimes, because I think there is a sort of there's a misconception that if you just defeat Donald Trump, you defeat Trumpism. And I don't think that's the case. I think the populism the isolationist instincts, the American first instincts, they are all alive and well in the Republican Party. And I don't think they're going anywhere. And the next Republican will probably look more like Trump and less like the Republicans we used to know, the George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush, the internationalists who believed in multilateral institutions, who believed in building coalitions, who believed in supporting our allies. I think the Republican Party is definitely on that side. And I think on the Democratic side, Biden's not entirely free of those influences. It's not that, I mean, I think he's more of an internationalist. He's more of what we would expect from an America that wants to play a strong role in the world. But he will be pressured in a direction, in the direction of a lot of the American first policies. And as I mentioned in the presentation on tariffs anyway, he seems open to the possibility of changing policy and perhaps being less international and more protectionist.
All right, thank you very much. There will be more questions to you in a later session. We will move to the Japanese side. We invited the Professor Soeya from Keio University. Okay, you have 15 to 20 minutes. All right.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to thank President Ma Sang-yong of the Association of Korean Studies of International Relations and its members for bringing me here. If I were not here, this session will be chaired by the single person without anybody sitting by him. So I already played some role, and I live in the nearest country from Korea, except North Korea. Well, okay, I'll start my timer and try to keep my talk within 20 minutes, in between 15 and 20. And so allow me to read most of my presentation from the paper that I have already presented. And I don't know how members will have an access to this, but anyway, I'll introduce key points. Well, first of all, by way of introduction, we have to talk about Russian invasion of Ukraine. Started in January 2022, which is likely to make a significant turning point, exerting a lasting impact upon global and regional politics. And its repercussions, of course, extend beyond regional borders, particularly influencing Chinese strategy and its approach both in Asia and on the global stage. And presently, Russia and China seem driven by, if I may, ambitions somewhat reminiscent of imperialism, prompting the US to spearhead defenses against their respective challenges in Europe and Asia. This dynamic underscores the re-emergence of the traditional trilateral rivalry among the United States, Russia, and China, once again shaping the landscape of international politics and security. And we used to talk a lot about this triangular strategic relationship in the 1970s, when U.S. approached China and simultaneously conducted détente relationship with Russia. So there was truly a dynamic, trilateral, relations among the so-called three independent, somewhat unilateralist great powers. And amid this prominence of strategic triangle among the three great powers, the role of advanced democracies in Europe and Asia, including Japan and South Korea, I should stress, takes on added significance when viewed from the lenses of middle power diplomacy and cooperation, which I've been advocating for a long time. And lacking power and inclination for unilateralism, unlike the three great powers, these middle powers must promote cooperation and centering, of course, on our relationship with the United States in navigating power politics. I stress the significance of this perspective, particularly concerning Japanese diplomacy. Conservative narratives on diplomacy in Japan have tended to imply as if Japan could have its own independent strategy. Such voice, however, represents a domestic factor that cannot be ignored for Tokyo, but does not translate directly into Japanese foreign policy and behaviors. While this situation often obscures the reality of Japanese policy, I have long argued that post-war Japanese diplomacy has effectively remained within the framework of middle power diplomacy, for the lack of better concept. This presentation is founded on my belief that this analytical perspective remains pertinent even today. And Russia asserts that its actions, effectively a military invasion of an independent sovereign state, are framed as a special military operation and at protecting Ukrainians of Russian descent residing in eastern Ukraine, as well as pursuing the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. However, beneath this narrative lies the unmistakable unilateralism characteristics of a major power indeed, intertwined with President Putin's preoccupation with the restoration of the Russian Empire. The invasion is, and Japan's domestic diplomatic approach is anchored in a status as an advanced democracy against these backdrops. Kishida administration is actively involved in the G7 summit talks among the leaders of the major powers, as well as in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the European Union. And it is also pressing resolutely ahead with monetary, trade, and visa sanctions on Russia and support for Ukraine. And turning to Asia, China's self-assertiveness is clearly rooted in a sense of somewhat nostalgia for imperial China or Sinocentrism. In recent years, China has emphasizing its so-called century of humiliation following the Opium Wars and utilizing this narrative to galvanize Chinese nationalism. It may sound a bit outdated, but I think this still continues. And it steadily builds national power. It has also ceased disguising its conviction that Asia is naturally China-centric. And on a global scale, China has made explicit its readiness to contest the values and structures of the post-war Western-centric world order. The imperialist dreams of having both Russia and China, the imperialist dreams driving both Russia and China today appears to have fostered a psychological bond between the two, while in that psychological dimension, the greatest rival and obstacle for both is obviously the United States. And at the same time, however, while Russia is primarily focused on Europe, China's attention is primarily directed towards Asia. Consequently, they may not always offer each other unwavering support in their respective regions, nor do they entirely align in their strategies concerning the United States. Specifically, China will closely observe the ramifications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, particularly concerning its own dream of liberating Taiwan. Now Russia has invaded Ukraine. If China were to stage a military invasion of Taiwan, it would mirror the Ukraine invasion and would be regarded by many democracies as an imperial attack on democracy. In that sense, Russia's invasion has likely complicated China's Taiwan military liberation strategy. This situation has made the role of diplomacy as important as a military response. Next, therefore, I examine the substance of the free and open Indo-Pacific concept, which has become the face of Japanese diplomacy. While the FOIP strategy and I'll skip details, and while the FOIP strategy and the quadrilateral strategic dialogue are often seen as strategies aimed at containing China, but closer examination of Quad consultations and outcomes suggest a different dynamic. Rather than solely reflecting a Japan-US alliance with the inclusion of Australia and China, the Quad framework embodies typical middle power cooperation and involving the United States in this framework. Consequently, it might be more accurately perceived as Japan, Australia, and perhaps India cooperation with the United States as an additional partner. Well, you can think of several different ways of combining these countries. And one Australian diplomat, when I visited Canberra sometime last year, he told me that they perceive it. There is an Australian presentation after this, so sorry to sort of. But Quad could be Japan, Australia cooperation at the core, and reaching out to India and the United States according to our agenda of middle power, cooperation. This may be one way of looking at this, but now conventional wisdom which has already been established, seems to say Quad is Japan-US alliance plus Australia and India. I would guess many of Japanese policymakers think of this in this way. But if you look at Quad as Japan-US alliance leading cooperation with Australia and India, this will become entirely a strategic and even military construct. But if, as I said, if you look at actual substance of Quad agreements, including leaders' statements, foreign minister statements, the substance implies that these cooperative behaviors and the plans are typically middle power cooperation rather than military and strategic cooperation. Oh, my watch disappeared, sorry. I'm doing okay, right? Oh, what time is there? Okay. Well, so having said all that, let me conclude. Well, July 8th, 2022, saw the tragic assassination of Shinzo Abe in Japan. As Japan's longest-serving prime minister, not just post-war, but in all of modern Japanese history, from the Meiji era onward, Abe leaves a complex and weighty legacy in terms of Japan's economy, politics, and diplomacy. Particularly important are the 3 national security documents approved by the Kishida cabinet on December 16th, 2022. Sorry. Among others, the national security strategy is perhaps the most important, on top of the national defense strategy and the defense build-up program. And the revised national security strategy signals a departure from a long-standing characteristic and perceived strength of Japanese diplomacy under the post-war regime. Traditionally, Japan abstained from direct involvement not only in military affairs, but also in the power dynamics among great powers, effectively opting out of the realm of power politics, if I may. However, the revised national security strategy document directly engages with concepts such as military deterrence, the balance of power, and geopolitics. And additionally, the new security strategy grants central importance to defense capability of Japan, a departure from its limited role and position in Japan's national strategy under the post-war regime. Whereas the former strategy explicitly rejects the notion of necessitated defense capability, the new national security strategy called on Japan to develop defense capabilities with attention to so-called entities with powerful military capabilities, setting the actual goal of doubling defense spending to 2% of Japan's GDP. The recent developments involving Russia and China, as I have discussed earlier, may indeed justify this paradigm shift. However is more important. Legal constraints stemming from Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution have not been fully eliminated. Moreover, the new security document explicitly reaffirms Japan's commitment to maintaining an exclusively national defense-oriented policy. In essence, Japan's legal framework for national power and security policy lags behind the new security paradigm outlined in the new national security document. Consequently, the document addresses this gap by emphasizing a consistent trajectory of military integration with the United States. The inability to abandon the US-Japan alliance thus becomes inherent to Japan's, if I may, middle power diplomacy. But indeed, by adhering to a trajectory focused on the military integration with the United States, Japan risks constraining its strategic flexibility. It is imperative for Japan to acknowledge the significance of diplomacy in navigating complex geopolitical landscapes. Japan's middle power diplomacy must embrace a flexible and nuanced strategy. On one hand, it should consolidate Japan's position on the stage of power politics through the US-Japan alliance. On the other hand, it should actively seek out Japan's strength and so-called autonomy in middle power cooperation. In the current geopolitical landscape, many Asian countries are growing uneasy about expanding influence of China. However, they also recognize the imperative of coexistence due to geopolitical proximity. Japan is no exception to this reality. As apprehensions about China's power intensify, the importance of developing a network of cooperative relations among middle powers becomes increasingly evident. Therefore, Japan should prioritize building cooperative relations with its Asian and European middle powers, while also leveraging its alliance with the United States to bolster its position in regional power dynamics. The two-pronged approach will enable Japan to navigate the complexities of the global and Indo-Pacific strategic landscapes effectively, while safeguarding its own interest and autonomy. And such diplomacy, by definition, cannot be pursued by a single middle power. Cooperation among middle powers is the key. Australia is the key to Japan in this way. South Korea is also very much the key to this diplomacy for Japan. And hopefully for both Australia and China, relations with Japan should be regarded as the key to their middle power strategy. So I'll finish. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Soeya. Before moving to the next presentation, I want to clarify one thing. When we make a categorization of the countries into several criteria, we usually use like superpowers, strong powers, middle powers, and weak powers, right? But in your categorization, it seems that there is no a group of strong powers. Is that correct? How about for example, nuclear powers like the United Kingdom and France? They are strong powers or middle powers?
Upper middle.
Huh?
Upper middle.
Upper middle powers, okay. All right, all right.
And then the so-called great powers, I mean, if they form alignment with other countries, it's essentially for the sake of their own strategies.
I understand that there is a strategic triangle among United States and China and Russia, right? As for now.
Yeah.
But it's very not very common to the Korean people that Japan is playing a middle power policy, diplomacy. Then, okay,
if I may, that's because of your, from my point of view, somewhat wrong perspective to Korean security, landscape. You mean, it's common for Korea to talk about so-called four great powers, right? Sagan. And Japan, part of the strategic, sort of relationship of four countries, including U.S., China, Russia.
There must be some difference between the Japan on the one side and the others on the other side.
Japan and Korea are surrounded by three strategically independent
I got
powers.
it. Okay.
That's my perspective.
All right. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's move to the last presentation from Australian side. We invited Rob Lee. Is it your name? It's very cool. It's like lovely, right? Rob Lee from the University of Melbourne, right? Okay, you will have 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the comments of the previous presenters and a lot of it. There's a lot of reverberation in what I'm saying here from Australia. So the title of this panel is basically the evolving global order and implications for the Indo-Pacific. And so, we know that there are significant changes facing the global order. We have the rise of authoritarianism, concerns about the democratic decay, the move from broad-based multilateral institutions to more exclusive minilateral groupings, and the potential demise of the global liberal order more generally, not just in security terms, but in economic terms. And these changes really reverberate in the Indo-Pacific, which is basically the main geographic space where we may see a clash between the United States and China. We see increased nuclear competition and differing visions of political and economic order for global governance. Within Australia, these trends have been watched with increasing concern. On the one hand, how do we handle the fact that our main alliance partner, the United States, and our main trading partner, China, seem headed toward conflict? For more than a decade, we here in Australia seem content with the idea that we could manage these relationships without having to prioritize one over the other. But after Australia made a call for the WHO to investigate the origins of the COVID-19 virus, and what was interpreted in Australia was China's economic punishment of Australia for that. And then the 2021 announcement of the AUKUS security partnership between Australia, the US, and the UK, it seemed like Australia had firmly committed to a choice for the United States. Now, while some people feel this choice is necessary, this decision hasn't solved any of the dilemmas that have been created by this change in global order. So what I want to do is talk today briefly about some of the changes to the Indo-Pacific security architecture, particularly the trend toward away from multilateralism and toward minilaterals, and then a slow transformation in the US hub and spoke system. Because regional security arrangements in the Indo-Pacific have traditionally revolved around bilateral relationships with the United States on the one hand, and engagement with relevant multilateral fora. So those multilateral fora being the UN globally, and then ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian States, the multilateral institution for Southeast Asian states, and so even countries not included, Japan, Australia, South Korea, of course, still engage heavily with, through that regional multilateral institution. And then, this hub and spoke system is typically, the United States has alliance partners and other type of security partnerships. And so while, we engage in friendly ways with each other, our main diplomatic and military attention is devoted to the US. So both of these have been changing. Globally, multilateral institutions have been facing increased cynicism. And so I actually have a PowerPoint that, let me pull up here. So hopefully you can see that. Multilateral institutions are seen generally more legitimate and inclusive, but there's been real concerns, especially over the past 15 to 20 years, that because they have wide participation, they tend to be less effective and efficient, that any deals that get negotiated tend to be watered down because you have to appeal to the lowest common denominator, and that it takes a long time to get anything done through multilateral forums. And so the off-cited quote is, they're a prescription for doing nothing. And so there's just been a turn toward minilateral institutions. And this isn't just in the Indo-Pacific, and it's not just security. It's economics, it's environmental, and more broadly. These are fluid partnerships, and a number of the topics raised by the previous presenter are, in fact, minilaterals, for example, the Quad. And the idea is that you can get the states together that have an interest and have the resources to devote to an issue. And that way, you're much more effective, you can be more efficient, you can be quick. And as a result, minilaterals have proliferated. There's huge numbers of minilaterals these days. There are concerns about how effective they actually are, and are, what are the costs to the norms of accountability and procedural fairness, which I'll talk about in a little bit. The other thing is that minilaterals, remember, multilateralism seeks to have a leveling effect in cooperation to reduce power inequalities. That's why you have the UN General Assembly, one country, one vote. Minilateralism does the opposite on purpose. It embraces the discriminatory nature of power. It says, look, there's only a few states that really can contribute on this, so let's just get those states together and exclude everyone else. And this can provoke resentment, not just against the states. For example, the AUKUS agreement, has provoked resentment from China because China feels it's directed at them, but other states that aren't included in it, including, for example, France, South Korea, Japan, and others who have, raised concerns. I mean, New Zealand is another. And so this is an issue in terms of using minilateralism in the Indo-Pacific to solve these really important security concerns brought about by these evolving global changes. So specifically, minilateralism in the Indo-Pacific, I want to talk about it. As I mentioned, the security architecture for a long time has been dominated by US-centered bilateralism, this hub and spoke model, and ASEAN-led multilateralism. But in the past 10 years, we've seen a lot of concerns about the effectiveness, reliability, and long-term sustainability. When it comes to the US, to what extent is the US really committed to the Pacific? To what extent might a Trump 2.0, lead to a pullback? And as I have talked with people in Australia, as Professor Goidel has said, I think quite well, that this isn't just about Trump, that even on progressive side, there are concerns, we need to focus on American problems and not devote so many resources to, being a global sort of hegemon. ASEAN, there's been concerns about ASEAN being ineffective. There's this phrase called ASEAN centrality, the idea that anything being done in terms of regional security architecture should be done through ASEAN's different forums. And there's been real questioning about whether or not that's the case. And the important catalyst for this is China's rejection of the Permanent Court of Arbitration's ruling in the case brought by the Philippines under the UN Law of the Sea in 2016. Essentially, there's a lot of concern about China's 9-dash line in the South China Sea. Countries, not just other countries who have claims there, such as the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, and others, but other countries such as the United States, Australia, Japan, South Korea, that China is ignoring long set out standards and definitions of maritime zones set out in UNCLOS. And when China, as a member of UNCLOS, refused to participate in the arbitration and refused to abide by the ruling, and then ASEAN basically under pressure, some members under pressure from China refused to back any mention of this ruling in ASEAN published documents. And so therefore, countries have said, okay, this is the most important security issue in our region, and ASEAN is not able to handle it. We need to be thinking outside of ASEAN then. And so there's this increased perceived strategic urgency that we face all of these issues. We're concerned about US staying power, although nobody wants to voice that, and certainly not officially. And we can't count on ASEAN. So what do? And we turn to these mini-laterals. So this is it's a list. You probably can't read them all. It's just meant to show you there's a huge number of security mini-laterals in the Indo-Pacific. From MICTA, which is Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, to the Quad, to AUKUS, to many more. And we've been turning, countries have been saying, we've got to find ways of dealing with these pressing issues. So we're obviously not abandoning bilateral relationships with the US, but, we need to be thinking outside the box, and we certainly don't want to rely only on ASEAN. So what we have ended up with we have the security architecture that's described in ways such as a double layered pattern, a patchwork quilt, overlapping networks, a saturation of cooperative arrangements, multi-speed institutional constellation. Essentially what we have are a thickening of ties with the United States, but US partners and allies working with each other. And so it's actually, the term that is often used in the literature is hub and spoke plus. And so, for example, Japan and Australia, putting together a security agreement, paying attention to, in fact, I recently participated in some track 1.5 dialogues between South Korea, Australia, and Japan, saying, look, it's not like we're abandoning our alliance with the US, not at all. We really need and count on the United States, but we want to take our relationships with each other seriously. And I think that's a really important and valuable step, and something that needs to continue. So some of the key questions that we're facing. We've got these mini-lateral institutions. Are they going to supplement and support the multilateral and bilateral backbone of our regional security architecture? Or are they going to undermine it? I mean, it's one thing to say, look, we have mini-laterals because these things aren't working. And so mini-laterals don't undermine anything. They just reflect the fact that things are being undermined. Or is it that the proliferation of mini-laterals and focus on mini-laterals will actually weaken the coordinated pursuit of regional security objectives? I mean, we're not sure, but it's something that, academics and policymakers and experts need to be thinking about. How will US domestic politics affect regional security architecture? And we have two different things here. One is we have actual US policies, priorities, budget. Then we have how these are perceived by regional partners, by Australia, Japan, South Korea, and others. What's their trust in the US reliability over the long term? And then to what extent are we together as, states in the region going to develop and invest in and use multilateral institutions among ourselves to build up those relationships? Or are we gonna find that U.S. support is required? To what extent are we wedded to this hub and spoke model, practically, financially, even emotionally? We don't want to make big commitments without making sure that the U.S. is on board with it. And so these are things we're going to increasingly grapple with among states in the region. So I'm aware I'm probably close to time. I want to talk a little bit about Australian perspectives. The fact is, Australia wants to do all of this. I think Australian policymakers and experts are very much aware of these trends. They absolutely want to emphasize and strengthen ties with the United States. The United States is seen as Australia's closest ally and partner. But there is serious interest and commitment to regional partners. And there's an interest in both through multilateral and bilateral ties with South Korea and Japan in particular, but other countries in the region, Indonesia, and Australia has a concern, an interest in Pacific Islands as well. And so I think the idea of hub and spoke plus, so both strengthen ties with the US and with other partner nations in the region. Now look, AUKUS has been a huge catalyst for debate in Australia over whether or not an even closer relationship with the US is the right choice. So, questions have been raised. How does this affect Australian sovereignty? From, for example, practically, are we going to require US software, to run the AUKUS submarines? Are we going to be drawn into, for example, if there's a US-China conflict over Taiwan, will Australia be drawn into that because we have Virginia-class nuclear submarines through the AUKUS partnership? Some people have raised the question, should we have a more independent and less expansive foreign policy, an echidna strategy? An echidna is an adorable Australian marsupial that is spiky, and when it's threatened, it rolls up in a ball, and it's very spiky, and it's hard to, attack. And so, some people said we need a much more defensive strategy, and, be looking at A2AD and other types of, military strategies that are much more focused on defense. So there has been debate, but I'll tell you, politically, there's bipartisanship on AUKUS. There's little tolerance for debate on AUKUS, and don't try and bring it up. It's a done deal. It's AUKUS is happening. So while in the expert community there has been some debate, in political terms, there's no debate. It's just, this is happening, and I think there's a sense that any debate over AUKUS could potentially undermine. There are already concerns about its practical implementation. We don't want to add any more concerns over it, and we also don't want to be seen as sort of insulting the U.S. in terms of questioning this. So my final slide here. Oh, excuse me. So there are concerns about the quality of the Australian national security debate. The fact that outliers are pretty much excluded. And in my paper, I give a number of references where academics and experts are saying, what's going on here? People are basically being silenced if they want to raise any questions here. The other thing we need to think about, and that partners in the region need to think about, is what can Australia as a state manage in terms of diplomatic attention, military commitments, and national budget? AUKUS requires a lot. It is not just a whole of defense strategy, it's a whole of country strategy that requires environmental, education, industrial investments, let alone military. And so to what extent is that going to affect Australia's ability to commit to other initiatives, such as stronger ties with its partners? I think, Australian policymakers very much believe in and want to commit to that, but this is something that's been raised by some experts, that even though it is important value, is AUKUS going to soak up all the energy and time and money. Finally, I'm just going to end by saying there are significant concerns about Trump 2.0, not just whether or not he might be less committed to the region, but commitment to democracy in general. I mean, concerns about wholesale. You may have heard sort of Heritage Foundation plans about we're going to like replace large parts of the bureaucracy with Trump supporters and different things like that. People don't know how serious those things are, but there are concerns about it, and no one is talking about it. That does not mean that people aren't thinking about it. And the hope is that whoever is in power is that that the alliance and the U.S. commitment to the region will continue, and that the U.S. commitment to democracy, both globally and within the U.S., will continue as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lovely. I think that the Lovely's presentation can be a very good basis for the more discussions among ourselves. The first one is that I think that all the scholars and all the policymakers in the world are concerned about the rising China and the possibility of the Trump being re-elected. And the third one is the weakening multilateralism in international relations. I think those three are the biggest concerns among the scholars and policymakers. Then we can discuss more on these issues. What is the real threat from China? It seems to me that there is a group of scholars who argue that there is a little bit change in Chinese policy from the very offensive and powerful foreign policy to the back to the 10 years ago, like a peaceful rise of China and the importance, focus on the importance of the multilateralism. Then I want to ask a common question to all of the three discussants. This question: do you see the change in Chinese policy from your perspective, from the Professor Goidel?
Sorry, I needed to unmute. So I'm gonna rework the question a little bit and answer it from the U.S. Standpoint domestically. Is I think it's unquestionable that if we're imagining Trump 2.0 or we're imagining a second Biden administration, that they are going to be increasingly focused on China, especially Trump. Because I think he sees them as an economic competitor, and I think that's what sort of drives him in terms of thinking about U.S. position in the world, as opposed to security as much. And because I think but the thing that makes it unpredictable from a Trump standpoint is that I don't think he's so transactional that even though if you ask me to predict today what's going to happen is that Trump will focus U.S. foreign policy around opposing China especially in terms of economics and trying to position and strengthen the U.S. economically through tariffs. That's what they imagine anyway. I think that that's where I would start, but he's so transactional. It's hard to. I wouldn't put money that that's where he stays if he believes he can get a deal. So I think it's the uncertainty that he really throws out there that is probably most important. And I think Biden is certainly sympathetic to the economic part of that and the rebuilding U.S. industry potentially by making sure that you're putting manufacturing back into the U.S. So I'm not sure I really answered your question, but I do think whoever is president will be very China focused in terms of the next administration, U.S. administration.
Okay, Professor. Yeah.
Well, Professor Kim, what and how you have described Chinese changing approaches toward regional and global issues sounded like phenomena during the Hu Jintao period. It seems to me. Yes, they tried various ways of reaching out to other countries through sometimes very soft approaches and so forth. And so this can fluctuate, but this is, I would think this is more tactical than strategic. And for China, I tend to sort of make a distinction between their regional approach and global approach. Regionally, as I somewhat emphasized in my presentation, what concerns me is the revival of Sinocentrism, if you will. China has become strong enough to claim its sort of central position in Asia. I think that it's more psychological, of course, but I sense this revival of this sort of sentiment among not only the leadership, but many interlocutors of Chinese scholars and others. And a reflection of this, I think, would be their persistent, consistent claim of sovereignty, national sovereignty over, territories, in the vicinity of China. For us, it's Senkaku Islands, and of course Taiwan, and South China Sea Islands. And I think they really believe they traditionally belong to China, and they have a full kind of, justification to claim these, some of them are lost territories, and by defining them as core national interests. I think this is not going to change. And but how to sort of kind of stress the significance of these issues may depend upon international environments of certain period and Chinese leadership. But one thing which concerns me today is, of course, the leadership of President Xi Jinping, and it has become almost totalitarian, if I may, in the way how President Xi Jinping exerts leadership in domestic politics and others. And this has, of course, implications for Chinese external behaviors. And so as long as this regime continues, I do not see much promising, things ahead. But when it comes to, just quickly, on global stage, I think it's still a mixture. Of course, China claims what they look at as kind of justifiable sort of claims, against mostly Western democracies. But I don't think China has become that far enough to claim that China-centric global order is now in order. Yeah, but there are some indications that China would like to see global order, progressing according to Chinese wishes, but it's not entirely systemic sort of attempt yet. And in some areas, China complies with the established post-war, practices and principles, and international, principles. And so it's really a mixture, I think. Yeah.
All right. Professor Lovely?
Yes, so I think just very recently, there's a sense that China's more willing to talk and engage. For a while, Australia basically wouldn't, or China basically wasn't interested in having any official sort of discussions with Australia, after the concerns, when Australia had asked for the WHO investigation into the origins of the COVID-19 virus, that was, I think taken really personally by the Chinese and led to all sorts of measures and, blocked a lot of not just economic punishment and coercion, but, stopping a lot of official discussions. And that has certainly lifted recently. But the perception in Australia is still very concerned and suspicious about China. You know, we've had a number of incidents where, for example, there were Navy divers who were injured after the Chinese military issued sonar pulses. And, you know, that was denied by the Chinese military. And just a couple, I think, weeks ago, the Chinese jet detonated flares nearby an Australian Navy helicopter. No one was injured, but it put people at significant risk. And more broadly, I mean, Australia is a maritime nation. About 95% of our imports and exports go by sea. And, you know, Australia is very concerned about freedom of navigation. And so what China does in the South China Sea, you know, China seeming to, you know, try and partner with islands in the Pacific, you know, potentially this, you know, the concern is that China will set up bases there that could potentially restrict freedom of navigation. That sort of strikes at the heart of the Australian way of life. Like if we're going to, you know, import and export goods to keep the economy running, that happens by sea. And so there is real concern there, even though I think there is a recognition, obviously, that China is much more open to dialogue now than it was 2 years ago. There's concerns about how much change China is really willing to make. And is this just more surface level, and China's going to continue sort of the, you know, aggressive provocations in places that really matter for Australia, you know, despite this surface level, you know, willingness to talk.
All right, thank you very much. Before continuing the discussion among ourselves, I want to open the panel to the floor people. Okay, I see a familiar face. Professor who? Is there a, yeah. The lady first, yeah. I will give a chance to you, yeah.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself. I know you, but to other discussants.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I'm Chiu Ping Hu from East Asian International Relations Caucus. So I have questions for each of the panelists. The first one is to Professor Goidel. To what extent do you think China would affect voters' decision during the election? So, because I thought that would be one interesting aspect to look at. And to Professor Soeya, the Japan's new security paradigm under the NSS seems to preparing Japan for heavily involved in the Taiwan contingency. However, when we look at the political message sent by the administration, it seems like Japan still prefer not to be entrapped by Taiwan contingency if possible. And not only US-Japan alliance is a strategic constraint on Japan whether they should or should not be involved in a conflict, but currently there is a heavy debate in South Korea about going nuclear. So for the past few years, Japan was quite confident that South Korea would not break the non-proliferation promise, but this year alone, I think Japan have reservation about that, and I would like to know about your view. And for Professor Roublie, to what extent do you think that Australia is going to be balancing more heavily against China, given the policy options that has been adopted by Australia has been one that is quite balanced, I would say, hedging between US and its allies, and also still continue to work with China? Thank you so much.
All right, Professor Goidel, you first.
Sure. Oh, so thank you for the question. I'm gonna answer it two ways, I think. The first way is, are voters really going to be focused on foreign policy and the U.S. presidential election this year? I think the answer right now is no. I think it's mostly going to be about domestic. Most U.S. elections are private, and most elections, I would say, generally are about domestic politics, and I think this one especially pits the domestic economic issues are going to drive voting behavior primarily, even though the economy is better than people tend to recognize. and there's some debate over exactly what that means. But it's going to be about economics, and it's going to be about how people are doing. And I think that's going to drive most of the voting. There will also be some question about democracy. Democracy is a very important issue to a lot of voters, and that's going to play out. So in terms of that level, I don't think it's going to play out. But I think I heard in your question a slightly different emphasis, which is China going to try to influence the election, and will they be successful? And I think yes, I think we have a political system that is very open to influence, and not even in terms of I don't want that to sound overly conspiratorial, because that's not what I mean. I think just in terms of communicating messages and entering into social media networks and otherwise creating information that people will respond to. I think there are lots of opportunities to influence the election that way. And I suspect that, and that there will be lots of efforts to influence voters through social media networks, and we make it fairly easy by being highly polarized and by having open systems where you can come in and create anonymous accounts and not identify who you are. So I think until we work on that component, we are vulnerable, and I think they will attempt to influence and have some influence over the election.
Thank you, Professor Ho, for two questions, basically. This case of Taiwan contingency and Japan's involvement, I think this is one of the key issues whereby one would be sort of, one would have some confusion as to what Japan's real sort of national security strategy is all about. And as I implied in my presentation, there is a gap between what somewhat aggressive narratives may suggest, and on the one hand, and the reality and the actual, logical and rational, state of Japan's security and the military preparedness. There is a gap. And the national security strategy is new because it employs a sort of new narrative, which is almost tantamount to paradigm shift, as I said. But actual Japanese security policies are not following that sort of the level which narrative may suggest. And therefore, to fill the gap, US-Japan alliance becomes very essential, to make this document as a somewhat comprehensive thing. And so Japan is virtually stuck with the United States on the basis of this. And Taiwan contingency may be one of the illustrations of this state of Japan's actual security approach. So on the one hand, if you just look at narratives, you may get the impression Japan is very aggressive and very much, keen on this issue, right? As if self-defense forces may be part of the U.S. military operations tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But in reality, there is no such thing evolving on the grounds. And so that may be my kind sort of response on the basis of my analysis of the policy. And so discourses on Japan are also very much divided between these two. Those who are just following narratives. I'm afraid many Korean security specialists do that. They may have some impression of Japan, and whereby association of today's Japan with the past Japan is very important, critical, to make this sort of framework of looking at Japan convincing for them. And but if you just follow actual things evolving on the grounds, Japanese military operations and the state of US-Japan, military cooperation, you may come to a totally different conclusion, But anyway, I think Japan's studies have been suffering from this, but I don't blame them because it's our fault. It's Japan's fault. And Korea's increasing interest in going nuclear, again, this is not new. And always there are two things behind this. One is a concern about North Korea as a primary security threat. And today, increasingly nuclear threats. And some decline of trust toward the United States, or decline of trust toward the alliance, set up with the United States. And I think combination of these two factors will influence public opinions, But here the same I think issue is here. I mean the same as the thing that I've just talked about Japan. I mean, it's in a way logical, It's one logic to go for nuclear option on the basis of these two sort of, shifting environments in terms of North Korean threat and U.S., trust toward the United States, but may not be practical and realistic for other various reasons. And so I mean, the same thing is happening in Japan to a lesser extent. Going nuclear is not a very popular subject among the Japanese, but some of our security experts are beginning to talk about it, and also the nuclear sharing is the thing which policymakers are now trying to sort of reach out, before going nuclear. And so behind this lies North Korean threat, and of course Chinese perception of Chinese threat among many Japanese security experts, and some decline of trust in the United States, particularly looking at the Trump phenomena and the domestic politics of the United States, and increasing tendency of sort of inward-looking, agenda setting among the American electorates. Well, but it's not practical and rational as a security option. I think why these are not practical and rational, I think there could be several discussions. But I think international non-nuclear regime is still in effect. If world cannot stop Japan or South Korea from going nuclear, it's a much bigger event than North Korea going nuclear. So the end of the non-proliferation regime, perhaps. And so these some other rational elements are, I think, working, behind these increasing sentiments, about going nuclear.
All right, Professor Lovely, it's your time.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think this is really important in thinking about how Australia is going to approach all of these various dynamics in, in the future. Is Australia going to balance more heavily against China? And the fact is that Australia is really dependent economically on its trade with China. It's its largest two-way trading partner. It counts for almost 30% of our goods and services trade. One country, like we are really dependent on China. Now there is a focus on looking for markets away from China. And in fact, I really think that what China did, the economic coercion it applied after, the COVID, inquiry, it really woke people up to the fact that we're really reliant on China. And so you have a lot of industries here, wine, lobster, international students, we actually, education is a very big earner for our GDP. And, basically all these different industries have been saying we need to make sure that we are not so dependent on China because they really suffered as a result of that. And so they're looking for ways to diversify. And so if Australia is able to diversify more, then there may be more of a willingness to balance more heavily against China. But in the meantime, economically, because of this great dependence, I think that Australia is going to try and walk a very fine line. Certainly, its alliance with the United States is really important. But, politically speaking, there's going to be attempts to try and repair this relationship with China. I think that is, we have an election that will come at some point, in the next year or so. And I think even right now we have Labor government in power, which is more progressive. If the Liberals, the more conservative party gets in, even they understand, and know that economically, it doesn't make sense to alienate China. So until Australia, if and until that happens, where we're able to diversify, then Australia is going to be very careful in walking that line.
Okay, thank you very much. I will give an opportunity to the participant. Please identify yourself first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Yong Seban, Professor Yong Seban of Professor Emeritus of Korea National Defense University. Regarding changing world order, I have a question for Professor Lovely and also the Professor Rubio. And we are all focusing on too narrowly on unilateralism, expansion of unilateralism in Asia, including United States. And your Professor Lovely's PowerPoint showed a very interesting patchwork quilt using 3 or 4 colors, which symbolize, why they are focusing on unilateralism, because it's to handle 3 or 4 colors rather than, many 10 or 20 colors. And we are focusing on too much narrowly on short-term benefits of unilateral organizations, right? But China, on the other hand, China was focusing on multilateralism, and I was very shocked by China's expansion of member states of Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS, including South Africa and also Saudi Arabia and every countries that United States and Western world ignored for the past time. So in your paper, you are mentioning the shortcomings of unilateralism, risks of unilateralism, and how can you overcome those shortcomings of unilateralism, and to show that, we once upon a time, United States and the Western world was focusing on long-term vision of uniting the world and leading the world, Now we are just self-interested, too much self-interested in showing, markets and, very narrow defined self-interest areas. Aren't we confident enough to suggest another vision of uniting the world before the China achieves multilateral, multipolar world for their own terms? Do you have any idea?
Professor Lovely, can you respond?
Yes, that is a really great point, and I'm so glad you brought it up, because I actually am concerned as well about this, very heavy focus on minilaterals. Minilaterals have some significant costs and risks, and I don't know if the papers will be distributed, but in my paper I have a section on that. In particular, minilaterals suffer from this cost of exclusiveness. They can really backfire in terms of creating resentment not just in terms of those that the mini-lateral is perceived to be against, but the sort of other like-minded allies who aren't included, and they can be like, hey, why aren't we part of this club? And this is a problem. This actually, with relation to AUKUS, we've seen this come up in a number of different ways. The other big risk with mini-laterals is domestic political fragility. That because these aren't treaty-based, these are based on sort of ad hoc agreements between, premiers or prime ministers, that they're actually not binding. And that if you have a change in administration, or if there's change in public sentiment, or if there's significant budgetary changes or economic outlooks, changes within a country, they can pull back without violating agreements. And so if you're counting on mini-laterals to get stuff done, it actually can be quite risky, especially if you're trying to plan something long-term, because you don't have anything binding, and here you are, planning your economic or security or environmental strategy using this instrument that doesn't actually demand much of its partners and allows people to drop out easily. So I think you're very right in sort of raising a red flag about mini-laterals, and it's something that I think that we're trying to, we should ask policymakers to think about more. But you also brought up a really great question, one that I don't think is being talked about much. Is China building its own multilateral institution? So it's sort of saying, we're not just going to do mini-lateral, but we're going to try and build these bigger, more inclusive forums, through our own vision and, in ways that benefit us. And that's something I'm not sure people are really talking about much, and it's something we should be considering. So thanks for raising that point.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone? Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Another question and comments from the floor. Yeah, please wait.
Thank you very much. I'm Chiang from Onco Social Innovation Park, Cambodia. My question relating to the prioritizations of the core national interests of respective countries of the panelists here. How do you rank economic security vis-a-vis military or security? Thank you.
Okay, did you hear that? The question? All right. From the Professor Goidel. Yeah.
I do think this is, at least from the U.S. perspective, I think this is one of the things that we are seeing as part of the American First Doctrine, is the emphasis on economics over security, and from the Trump perspective, or at least redefining security as something that we can take care of ourselves, but being very much concerned about the economic side of international relations, and also reconsidering deals and rethinking trade agreements and rethinking economic relationships with other nations. I think that's a large part of what we're seeing there. So at least in the short term, and a Trump 2.0 especially, I think is more oriented towards those economic questions. I think a Biden administration is still oriented also towards security, but is definitely sensitive to the economic concerns.
Well, I'm not an expert on economic security, but I have the impression that it's a very complex endeavor, task, and of course, economic interdependence is a reality, and China is an important part of this, no question. But there are other political and security concerns arising from the economic reality also. And I really don't know if we are doing a good job in terms of finding a sort of actual proper balance between these two. And it's an ongoing process. And measures of economic security has backlashes, sometimes against your own economic, benefits, and which is maybe a cost to be borne. But to what extent? And I don't think these things are really deeply planned when people, even government people, talk about economic security. And military security, what we are doing in the name of military security is essentially deterrence, I think. But of course, in the more comprehensive planning of military security, there should be the next stage, which is actual fighting, if deterrence is broken. And if actual fighting occurs, then the next stage should be how to end the fight. And I don't think there are any planning as to actual fighting to some extent maybe, but not entirely. And there is no planning as to how to end the fight, of course, which may be beyond our capacity. But so far, dominantly, we are talking about deterrence. And when talking about deterrence, two things must follow. One is, while deterrence is at work, what are you going to do? And this is where diplomacy, I think, comes in. And the other thing is, of course, if deterrence is broken, how things might evolve. This is also a very important process to ponder, very seriously. But I think so far, most of our security debates are about deterrence, period. And so I don't know why this is. I think deterrence is important, but these two things should be equally important when you talk about deterrence. But that's not happening today.
Professor Robley, do you have some thoughts on that?
So, so how does Australia prioritize its core national interests, economic versus military security? And the fact is that these are national interests they don't exist out there independently in objective form. They are socially constructed by elites, by parties that are interested. In Australia, there is, I think, there's definitely, economic security is seen as very important. And there have been attempts to shift that. I'm going to share my screen just for a second here. You can see these were the front page of two major newspapers in Sydney and Melbourne last year. This sort of, war risk. Australia faces the threat of war with China in 3 years. We're not ready. So I see this as an attempt to socially construct the national interest in terms of prioritizing military security. It didn't work. There was actually a big backlash against it and people didn't like it. So I think that economic security is going to, the alliance with the US is seen as, I think, the most important, but right behind that is economic security. And so it's going to be very hard to overcome that because of there's very strong public, interest in economic security. And they're not whip people up against China when China, the economic relationship with China, basically keeps the Australian economic engine going to such a large extent.
Okay, thank you very much. Another person? No more. Okay, it's really hard to proceed without having designated the discussants. But I will raise one question based upon the interesting points made by each presenter. The first one goes to the Professor Goidel. Your explanation on the changing the attitude among the young generations to the foreign policy issues, isolationism, and the internationalism seems to me very, very interesting, which means that the power and the influence of the young generations will be powerful in the future in U.S. domestic politics and U.S. society. Do you think it means that who will win the election matters, but the growing influence of power of the young generations will be more important in deciding the future contents and direction of the U.S. policy? Then U.S. will go toward more to the isolationism. How about that question? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think it's correct. I haven't looked closely at some of the age differences on some of these questions, but I think your intuition is correct that there is a, if we think about the younger generations in the U.S. political system, they haven't had the experiences that would make them look more internationally and think more about the international importance of being strong in the world. And so I think there would be some, and there's even some criticism of that, right? In terms of coming from a more progressive left standpoint, questioning whether America has appropriately used its power in the past. All fair questions, but it also makes you wonder what the future of U.S. foreign policy will be if you have younger generations that are maybe less committed to the ideas of a post-World War II America, but then also, I'm younger than post-World War II America, but I grew up in the Reagan era, and there was certainly a lot of the same international emphasis there, and the importance placed on strength in the international world and trying to project strength in the international world. And part of it was because of, one of the questions got at part of the core value question, I think, or the multilateral question was about what's sort of the guiding philosophy behind foreign policy, a belief that democracy and democracies in the world make the world a safer, better place, which was also guiding. And I think with these younger generations, there is more doubt about that, more doubt about military power, more doubt about U.S. role in the world because of all sorts of, and some of that, of course, is very good, but you do wonder what it means for U.S. foreign policy going forward. So I don't think I have a great answer for you, other than I think your intuition is correct. I think absent some major international event that reconnects younger people to the world, they probably are going to think about a smaller role for the U.S. in the world rather than a larger role.
Okay, thank you very much. The next, we'll ask one question to Professor Soya. In the strategic triangle, the worst case for a member of the strategic triangle is the alliance between other two, right? Then during the 1970s and 1960s and 1970s, the U.S.-China approachment led to the détente in a sense, right? Then now, based upon your analysis and explanation, if we have a strategic triangle situation again in the current international relations, do you think U.S. will do something to break out the alliance between China and Russia? And by what instrument? Can you respond to this question? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, in the 70s, I think that time was a somewhat unique period in history. U.S. under, Nixon, Kissinger succeeded in establishing somewhat, effective major power relations both with China and the Soviet Union at that time. And this was largely because of the Soviet-China relations hitting the bottom in a way, and so Soviet-China confrontation was so fundamental, and so the U.S. took advantage of this, in approaching both China and the Soviet Union simultaneously. And I don't think the same could be repeated by any of those three countries under the current, circumstances. Now, U.S.-Soviet and the U.S.-China relations are both not good, to say the least. And China-Russia relations are good. What does it mean? So U.S. cannot try to make the relation with both China and the United States good under these circumstances. It's totally opposite, to the situations in the 70s. And so the question is whether China may be able to do that. If China improves its relations with the United States, it may have a sort of swing position between Russia and the United States. And I don't know if China is ever trying to do that. And because U.S.-Soviet relations may be at the bottom. And China has still flexible approach to some extent toward the United States. So I don't know whether China may be tempted to do that or not. I think it's a question that I would like to know about also. But maybe it's hard to think of those, the evolution of those triangular relationship today. But I haven't thought of this in terms of your question, but yeah, I will think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question to Professor Lovely. Okay, in your paper, you compare the hub and spoke pattern and double layered pattern. Then do you think change of the hub and spoke pattern to the double layered pattern affected the Australian foreign policy? And in what sense?
I think, the double layered is essentially this idea that we have this really strong relationship with the U.S. symbolized by hub and spoke. But we also are engaging with our regional, partners, specifically, a heavy emphasis on South Korea and Japan. There's talk with the Philippines, with Singapore and others, India. And so I don't think so much that this double layered pattern has changed Australian foreign policy, rather that it's a reflection of a change in Australian foreign policy. I don't think that I don't think there's an independent influence from sort of these, these relationships yet. I think rather it's Australia considering its strategic environment, its relationship with the U.S., looking around what's the long-term sustainability here, and saying we need to, strengthen ties with other countries in the region. So that's what's driving the creation of this double-layered pattern, rather than the double-layered pattern influencing Australia, if that makes any sense. Okay. I would say the one way in which this double-layered pattern has affected Australia is that when it's been left out of things, it's not liked it at all. And so it does, make it, it makes Australia, want to work harder at making sure that it has good ties with regional allies, because it does not like to be excluded from partnerships.
Okay, thank you very much. We have about 5 minutes to go, and lastly, I want to to hear your foreign policy advice on the Korean government in the changed world order, if you have anyone. How about it? From the Professor Goidel, yeah.
Well, now you're asking me to go beyond sort of my analysis stage and into, but I do hope that we can see some course correction in the United States, so that we recognize the importance of the international environment to us, and that we don't feel like we can pull out from it. I think it's kind of remarkable that we are making a self-interest argument to pull away from the world, when I think it's pretty obvious to me that our self-interests are better served by being actively engaged in the world, and when we're not, we often have consequences for that later. The fair side and the alternative pushback on that is that we have made lots of mistakes in foreign policy, and so you do have to be careful about what you're doing strategically if you are going to engage in the world, and we should certainly be more thoughtful about how we engage in the world. But those two, you can be more thoughtful about how you engage in the world, be more careful about making sure that you have clear strategic goals and outcomes in mind when you do engage in the world, without withdrawing from the world. So the criticism that comes from an America First policy is not without merit, but the solution is a bad solution. So I hope that to see us walk back from that particular approach. So.
Well, think globally, act globally, and think about the future rather than the past. And in the context of global diplomacy, trust the new values of the young generations and get out of the traditional framework of conservative liberal conflict or competition. Young people don't think about Korean politics and global approaches in terms of traditional conservative liberal values, but more in terms of, I'm not a Korean specialist, but this is what I have learned from readings.
Okay.
I mean, in terms of fairness or some more international values, I would think, essential to human security and so forth. So rebuild its diplomatic construct on the basis of these newly rising approaches, and all generations like us should learn from them.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Professor Robley. Final one.
Yes, I mean, that was really good advice, so it's hard to follow.
Right.
I mean, I would say that from an Australian perspective, that, sort of strong regional ties between each other, not just Australia and South Korea, but Japan and South Korea, Philippines, Singapore, and other countries in the region is really important, because we want to sort of thicken these ties between the spokes, and that's really important. So good relations, good relations, not just with Australia, but good relations with Japan is really important from our perspective. The other thing I would say, I have expertise in nuclear politics. I've actually written a lot on it, about North Korea, about Japan and others. And, when, this issue gets raised, and it's being raised in the US a lot, people are saying, well, let South Korea go nuclear. What's the problem here? Is to remember the broader international impacts of decision-making, that, the NPT can withstand rogue states going nuclear, but can the nuclear nonproliferation regime withstand, a very serious middle power, with a lot of economic strength like South Korea or, other countries. It's not just South Korea, withdrawing, that would be a big blow to the regime. And then what does that do to nuclear governance worldwide? So to think broadly and internationally about the impacts of decisions like that. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, time's up. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation and remarks and some questions, comments from the floor. And I also want to express my special thanks to the organizing members of the Korean Association of International Studies who made this panel possible and with the financial support. Thank you very much. And what time is it in Texas, Kirby?
I'm actually in Incheon.
Oh, really?
Yes. I just couldn't get over because of classes. So.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
I'm teaching classes over here.
Okay. Thank you very much for your participation, and I'm gonna stop here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us to this panel. So thanks to KAIS, the Korean Association for International Studies, for inviting us to convene this roundtable on Indo-Pacific and the Global South. I'm Chu-Ping-Hu from the East Asian International Relations Caucus, and with us today we have 4 panelists. So the first, Professor Aris Arugay from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and also second, Mr. Andrew Mantong from CSIS Indonesia, and third on my left is Dr. Vanarit Chiang of Angkor Social Innovation Park, and also Happy Mon Jacob on my right, Jawaharlal Nehru University of India. So Indo-Pacific region covers or is part of the Global South in terms of its geographical position. And yet, countries in this region, how do we identify ourselves, whether we are part of the Indo-Pacific or as part of the Global South? Or how do we embrace both identities at the same time? So with the international relations in the Indo-Pacific era as of now, many countries has introduced their respective Indo-Pacific strategies, but not for the countries in Southeast Asia and also South Asia. So today we will explore what does this mean to the regional countries from South Asia and Southeast Asia, and for that we will invite our fellow panelists to share with us. So each of the panelists will share for about 10 minutes, and that will be followed by one round of questioning. So Aris Arugay, can you hear me? So maybe we will wait until the system has been stabilized. So without further ado, may I invite Vanarit Chiang to share from the Cambodian perspective.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the co-organizers for having me here. Thanks Professor Ho Chi Ping for moderating this dialogue discussions. As mentioned earlier, the concept of the Indo-Pacific and the Global South are still emerging concept and pretty much a geostrategic construct, or even socially constructed and politically constructed. And across Southeast Asia, we don't have a clear-cut kind of definition of the identity and the definition of the Indo-Pacific or the Global South. But what we know based at this stage is across Southeast Asia, we are open to all initiatives as long as they contribute to peace, stability, and development of the regions. So first, the concept of Indo-Pacific. So there are different versions of Indo-Pacific concepts. Different countries across Southeast Asia have shown their support to various Indo-Pacific initiatives. Cambodia, for instance, was among the first Southeast Asian country to express support to the Japan version of the free and open Indo-Pacific, but it is reluctant to show any support, let's say, to the US version of the free and open Indo-Pacific, because Cambodia perceived that the US-led Indo-Pacific strategy is not that inclusive in a way, so with the strategic aim toward China. So any initiative that target a third country, Cambodia kind of cautious and reluctant to support. But when it comes to other Indo-Pacific strategies by other countries such as Japan, for instance, so they see it as more inclusive because of the key principles and practical cooperation areas enshrined in that concept. Even the European Indo-Pacific strategy also inclusive from the Cambodian perspective, and different version from the European major countries, they are also perceived inclusive. Previous panel, I think we touched on a bit on the minilateralism. So Cambodian perspective, looking at the AUKUS and the Quad as a multilateral mechanism that have this kind of inclusive objective, exclusive objective, of course, targeting China again. So Indo-Pacific strategy should not be led or driven by the Quad in this regards, or the AUKUS. So that is kind of small state here, Cambodian perspective toward the Indo-Pacific region strategy. Coming to the Global South concept, again, this is also emerging, evolving concept. But Cambodian perspective is this kind of a exclusive, a kind of club for the developing countries to work together to share their voice, to raise their voice and try to defend the international order that is more open, fair, and inclusive, because the voices of developing countries have not been fairly heard or fairly integrated in the global governance and international order. So within this Global South, Cambodia thinks that the BRICS, the existing BRICS, including Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, with the inclusion of other members lately into this mechanism, playing increasingly a vital role in shaping the new international order, which is characterized by a multipolar world order or even a multiplex world order, because multiplex world order, it kind of empowers civilizations as one of the key source of power. So ideas matter here in a multiplex world. When multipolar world is mainly defined in terms of power, material power such as economic, military, and technology, but multiplex world also includes the power ideas and the role of the non-state actors, multinational company, civil society organization, and this kind of people movement. So within this kind of a multiplex world, the Global South have a role, have a voice to play, and the BRICS economy in particular kind of at the center of this Global South, but still evolving. Now, two big Cambodian neighbors, Thailand and Vietnam, have expressed their interest to join BRICS, and Malaysia lately also expressed their interest in joining BRICS. So that is kind of a momentum, the role of Global South in shaping international order and global governance. So Cambodia is very keen to join this movement, especially the BRICS. But of course, we need to do some due process, how to apply for the membership of BRICS, and how to connect BRICS with ASEAN, because we don't want to be seen that we don't pay close attention to ASEAN and we move to other organizations. So we want to bring ASEAN together as well in order to build economic partnership with BRICS economies. These two kind of divergence of geostrategic interest, economic interest between the Indo-Pacific and the Global South is quite interesting. But I think for us, Southeast Asia, we don't have consensus for how we define Global South, right? A country like Singapore, it doesn't belong to Global South, but most of Southeast Asian countries belong to Global South, and they're also part of Indo-Pacific. So this kind of, even though the strategic intention and interest of these two initiatives are divergent, but for us, many Southeast Asia countries, we see it as opportunities that we can be part of and to drive interest, especially economic interest from these initiatives. So at the core of this initiative, we try to promote what we call ASEAN-centric regional architecture, because ASEAN-centric regional architecture in the context of Indo-Pacific, in the context of Global South, it is a stabilizing factor. It's not only a balancing, but stabilizing factors, and also a mechanism and architecture that can provide opportunities for all, because we pursue open, inclusive multilateralism, and of course the rule-based international order. So this is something that we are driving forward toward ASEAN-centric regional architecture within the context of Indo-Pacific and the Global South. And next step is, as I said earlier, how we can connect ASEAN with BRICS to build a dialogue partnership or strategic engagement, ASEAN and BRICS, and also to some extent the non-aligned movement. Now we try to revive the Bandung spirit, because this is the right time for us to revive the Bandung spirit, the non-aligned movement, the key principle, ideals enshrined in that, and how we can use this Bandung spirit to inject new impetus to this Global South, and also to shape the direction of the Indo-Pacific strategy. So that is our intention and interest across the region. And when it comes to this kind of evolution of these two kind of initiative and strategic constructs, I think it will form a new dynamics at the regional and the global level. As I said, it's still evolving multiplex world, and these two concepts will be kind of driving force in terms of ideas, in terms of practical cooperation to some extent, shaping a new world order. For small state like Cambodia, we watching closely the evolution of these two, and we try to be part of all this initiative, because we believe that if we are not at the table, we will be in the menu. So we try our best to be at the table and to be part of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanarit, for your opening remarks. So, Professor Aris Aruge, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
perfectly. Thank you so much for joining us online. So, as Vanarit has highlighted the inclusiveness of the Global South framework, so we would like to hear from you about Philippines' take on Global South and the Indo-Pacific.
Thanks so much, Chuping. It's nice to see everyone in the panel, some old friends and colleagues, and apologies for not being able to personally attend the conference given visa complications. In terms of connecting the concepts of the Indo-Pacific and the Global South from a perspective of the Philippines, I have three basic points. First, that the notion of the Indo-Pacific in itself has increasingly been embraced by some, not totally all, by some countries in the ASEAN region and perhaps in the region itself. And you may notice that the Philippines has, at least the two previous governments have increasingly used the term Indo-Pacific. In a way, this is a realization of the increasing salience of the regional construct that is the Indo-Pacific, but it has also something to do with the idea that the Indo-Pacific concept is somehow connected with the current archipelagic doctrine and concept that the Philippines is trying to forward. As a founding member of the United Nations and Asia's first republic, the Philippines also has a direct investment as well as quite a historical imprint in the development of the decolonized territories that would become what we now call perhaps the Global South. In fact, the idea of the Global South as well as small or middle powers, this actually emerged out of the rubble of the Second World War, of which the rules that we now call would form part of the rules-based order was actually part of its formation. And we notice, and the Philippines, as one of the founding members of the United Nations and one of the first countries in Asia to be decolonized after our colonial experience with Spain for 3 centuries and with the US for more than 5 decades. The idea there is that whether you're a big empire or country or a small republic, self-determination will always be an inalienable right. And the Philippines ensured that self-determination and independence in terms of positionality of even the smallest of countries is enshrined in the United Nations. One other contribution of the Philippines is the Manila Declaration and the peaceful settlement of disputes signed in 1982 by a number of countries and now is formed part of international law that that puts into doctrine the idea that disputes among countries should be settled peacefully and not through the use of force. And this is why in the Philippine Constitution, it's explicitly stated that the Philippine Republic renounces war as an instrument of policy and the use of force in order to attain foreign policy objectives. In Marcos Jr., President Marcos Jr.'s keynote speech at the recently held Shangri-La Dialogue, he emphasized the agency of small and middle powers in the midst of the heightened US-China strategic rivalry. I do think that the speech somehow emphasized that small countries, and many of which form the global South, are not merely pawns by either of these superpowers and should have enough agency and autonomy to be able to assert their own positionality on issues, and that first and foremost that they're not made to choose between either the United States or China. But despite this, it has been increasingly difficult for small powers to be able to assert its own sovereign interests. And the Philippines, if you listen to the news quite recently, is at the forefront of this. However, many major powers are increasingly seeing the salience of the collectivity of the term Global South. We know that this concept, before it became mainstreamed in international relations, this concept has been quite used in political science or comparative politics, particularly after the Cold War, when I think its precursor is called the Third World. Given the outcome of the Cold War, the notion of a non-aligned third world has no longer empirical reference. Therefore, the term Global South, despite its fuzzy geographical reference, because it seems like the Global South are all countries below the equator, but that would count certain countries, not only in the BRICS, but even Western first world countries like Australia, for example. So at the end, the Global South is more as an imagined social construct rather than an identity that is forged by a distinct empirical objective geographical referent. But semantics aside, we now are seeing that in the voting records in the United Nations, as we all know, during Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, the Israel-Gaza issue, and perhaps even, for example, the garnering support for the 2016 arbitral ruling, it's increasingly observed that some members of the United Nations who are members of the Global South are increasingly more seen as valuable and increasingly being seen their actorness and their ability to somehow influence how regions, how the world stand on several issues. For example, the Japanese National Security Strategy document particularly mentions the importance of being able to garner support from Global South countries. But we all know that the increasing number and increasing magnitude of China's influence operations has also somehow affected the ability of other major powers to rally certain Global South countries to their cause. in a sense, I'll end by saying that problematizing the Global South may assume that there is some form of identity-related unifying thread among all members of the Global South. I mean, when the BRICS concept emerged, there was some sort of this idea of a shared identity, shared experience, shared vision. But so far as we have seen, the Global South as an entity seemed to just refer to countries that don't necessarily belong to certain levels of power, and the idea that international relations until now is construed more as a hierarchy of nations. However, having said this, it's important that individual countries retain their agency and their autonomy and their ability to somehow assert, because if not, then the Global South could easily be rallied against certain principles that the international community of nations have agreed beforehand. It can be used to undermine the rules-based order that has so far benefited everyone. It may not be at different levels of or amounts, but even the rise of China could be somehow China has benefited from the rules-based order itself. So I think what we can see is that the Global South, while there's still some vagueness in the collectivity of the concept, is something that will define current international relations, current relations and how the Indo-Pacific concept will likely emerge. But it's also important that the Global South doesn't simply refer to a collectivity without some form of shared principles or values. And I do think being able to defend the rules-based order is something that is in the interest of countries big or small, and particularly countries in the Global South. I'll end with those preliminary remarks, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Aris. You reminded us again about the principle and collectivity of the so-called Global South coalitions, but yet there are issues that we find it difficult to overcome, like the arbitral ruling 2016 doesn't garner much support from your fellow neighboring and also regional countries. So I think those issues are more political, actually, rather than for value-based engagement. So having heard from Cambodia and the Philippines, the two smaller countries, in expressing their idea about the identity of being part of the Indo-Pacific and Global South, now let's hear from one of the major countries, from India. So Happy Mon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Fine?
That's right.
Right. Yeah, great. Thank you. I think those are fantastic presentations. What I will, first of all, thank you so much to the Korea Association of International Studies for this invitation, and Dr. Hu, thank you for chairing this. You know, when I received the invitation, I was a little puzzled to begin with. How do I bring the Indo-Pacific and the Global South together? You know, some of the Indo-Pacific is part of the Global South, and some of the Global South is part of the Indo-Pacific. They don't necessarily coexist in any sense of the term. So I thought should be discussed in two parallel, separate panels, as it were, not in one. But I think after that initial sort of confusion, I think I am probably more convinced today and now that a conversation that can bring together the Global South and the Indo-Pacific may actually throw a lot of light on the Indo-Pacific itself, the Global South, global governance, and the great power competition in the international system today. So this presentation, therefore, let me also say why I think this panel is important. I think some of the panelists pointed out before me, there is agreement among scholars that we are probably witnessing a world in transition today. We are definitely moving away from a unipolar world. We are not yet a bipolar world, and thank God for that. We are probably looking at some sort of a lose multipolarity at this point of time, or if I may sort of paraphrase it that way. Either way, in making sense of the contemporary international system, both the Indo-Pacific and the Global South as mega narratives will play an important role. I don't think we can understand the contemporary international system cohesively without understanding either of these two mega narratives. That's why I think this panel is in some ways, and this discussion is in some ways important. So what am I going to do today? I'm going to sort of talk about the Indo-Pacific, an emerging strategic concept, as it were, which has sort of garnered the attention of the international community. There appears to be, of course, several definitions of it. To that extent, I think Indo-Pacific is what you make of it, right from a very constructivist point of view. What we're talking about Global South, an old idea that is reappearing in some ways. So is it old wine in new bottle, or is it a new wine in old bottle? I'm persuaded to think it is new wine in old bottle. I'll probably come to that and why I say what I'm saying. There are, of course, terminological problems, as Aris pointed out, but I don't think we should get bogged down with the terminological hair splitting of what the Global South or the Indo-Pacific is. Let's focus on what they say and what they are doing. So in that, given that introduction, what am I going to do today? I'm going to sort of try and bring the two together from an Indian perspective. But before that, I will sort of go somewhat into some detail on either of these two topics, the Indo-Pacific and the Global South, and I'll sort of try and bring them together from an Indian point of view. So when it comes to India and the Indo-Pacific, let me sort of try and put for your consideration some broad characteristics of the Indian Indo-Pacific strategy. To begin with, India has not declared Indo-Pacific strategy. It has made some statements. It has been participating in several affiliated events of the Indo-Pacific, as it were, including, of course, Quad, etc., and the various Quad working groups. So in that sense, for India, this is an evolving strategy, even if it is somewhat unclear. But then that is the case with most Indian policies and strategies. We are not really a country that sort of puts things so clearly on the table. We want to be a little ambiguous about things. The second characteristic I would say is that India's Indo-Pacific strategy is a response rather than an initiative in some ways. It is responding to continental challenges. If you look at India's continental challenges, look at Pakistan, China, you're looking at a not so friendly neighborhood, you have Afghanistan on top. So you're looking at a sort of an unfriendly neighborhood. So that is a challenging neighborhood. So India's way out of that continental challenging neighborhood is the Indo-Pacific. That's the opportunity. So India is venturing into that maritime space to make use of it. India is also responding in some ways to the rise of China in the Indian Ocean region. India is responding to the opportunities that are provided by the global attention in the Indo-Pacific today. You have the Americans there, you have the French, the Germans, the EU, name it, you have it, the Japanese, the Koreans. So I think you're looking at a space where India is located, that great powers want to sort of play that game of, call it balance of power, or call it whatever you will, but India sees that as an opportunity. The third characteristic in some ways that India is picking and choosing its Indo-Pacific initiatives. India is not really willing to get into all of them. Some of them are strictly Indo-Pacific initiatives, some of them are not. RCEP, is that really an Indo-Pacific initiative or not? But India is not a part of the RCEP. India was not a part of the IPAF in the beginning, but now it is part of most of that. India is not a member of the Operation Prosperity Guardian in the Red Sea, but India has its own naval presence in the region. India is talking to Iranians, for example, to sort of to talk to the Houthis for that matter. India is not engaged with NATO like the IP4, like the Japanese and the Australians, etc. We are not talking to them. India is also very unwilling to militarize Quad. So what you are talking about is that India likes to pick and choose some of these initiatives that are happening around the larger construct of the Indo-Pacific. So if you ask me what is the rationale behind some of this picking and choosing, I think India keeps China in mind as a major factor in making that choice. It also, of course, keeps in mind the pressure from domestic lobbies, which is why India did not join the RCEP. India wants to be at the high table, and that explains why India is a member of the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or the BRICS for that matter. It keeps away from military blocs and hence not part of the NATO. It wants to be a part of the neighborhood multilaterals, and that's why you will see the SCO and a lot of other regional multilaterals. India is a member of that. As far as the Indian strategies of the Indo-Pacific is concerned, you're talking about a country that does not want to get into any alliances, but it is willing to engage in coordination with like-minded Indo-Pacific powers. Cooperation with great powers is okay, but not be an alliance partner. It wants to have also, it also wants to adopt less contentious strategies. For example, free and the open Indo-Pacific. Who can object to that? Rule-based order, who can object to that? So India sort of talks about those things. You're probably talking about a lot more activity today than earlier. India was going slow on Quad earlier, but not anymore. The FTA negotiations from 2021 onwards, India has been quite aggressive about its FTA negotiations, a lot of trilateral cooperation in the region, etc. How much time do I have?
No worries, you can go.
All right, great, right. Now, if you ask me what are India's objectives when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, I think India is keen on contributing to keeping the Indo-Pacific region free and open. It seriously wants to have a multipolar Asian balance of power Asian order. So it wants to resist hegemony. So it says that if we are looking for a multipolar world, there must be a multipolar Asia. You know what I have in mind. So working towards a multipolar Asia, India believes Indo-Pacific is going to contribute to that objective. It also wants to focus on not traditional issues and not on military issues or security issues, and hence the focus on climate change, supply chain resilience and initiatives, or illegal fishing and things of that kind. India is also a member of several of these multilaterals. I don't want to sort of take the names of those. We can probably get into some of that in the conversation. Let me now switch gears and come to India and the Global South. I think the Global South is making a comeback today. As Aries pointed out, it has a certain rich history. It has the Cold War vintage. You are talking about the construct of the Third World. You're talking about G77. It came out as some sort of a grouping that pushed back the colonial practices, imperial practices in world governance, even after India and other countries in the region gained independence. So for a lot of people, the return of the Global South to the international vocabulary, international relations vocabulary, is somewhat perplexing. This belongs to Cold War. Why is it returning? And therefore, the reception to the Global South has been somewhat, let's say, running in competing directions. For example, some people would call Global South a anachronism. Some people would refer to the Global South as an irritant, and some people would say that it fits neatly into a fractious international system that we are witnessing today. Some people say that the Global South as a phrase, as a term, should be retired. And my answer to those people who say that the Global South should be retired is that if we want to retire the Global South, we should also retire the UN Security Council. We should also retire the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. They belong to the Cold War after all. When was the NATO founded? When was the UNSC founded? So if they can exist, Global South can make a comeback. But I think there is also some willingness to engage the Global South today. You're talking about conversations in the West. I've been sort of listening in on to some of those conversations, which sort of try and look at it positively for the simple reason that you're probably looking at a new Global South today. you're not really talking about the global south of the Cold War age, the Cold War avatar, as it were. There seems to be a de-emphasis on anti-colonial solidarity, if you ask me. If you ask me, there is a problem-solving approach at the heart of the new global south and the deliberations of the new in the new global south than a sort of conflict resolution sort of that we want to create a new world and we want to have a new international economic order. I think that age is past. We are not really talking about that anymore. So there's an articulation of interest through a non-ideological language, which is, I think, really characterizes the new global south. During the earlier avatar, Global South used to talk about grassroots resistance to capitalism and globalization, decrying colonial and racist practices in global governance, etc. We don't hear that language anymore. And even if that language comes up, that is in very pro forma manner, not in a very serious manner. There is also as far as India is concerned, very little focus on the non-aligned movement for that matter. The Indian Prime Minister no longer attends the non-alignment movement. There is also very little third world ideological solidarity as far as India is concerned. So from an Indian point of view, therefore, India looks at the Global South as a forum where you can bring in like-minded countries, and India organized 2 Global South summits in 2023, back-to-back, attended by about 150 countries each, on both online, of course, where you can discuss some of these issues which are given a short shrift by the developed countries. If these issues are not discussed in G7, G20, and the UNSC and other global forums, you have to have alternative forums where some of these issues can be discussed. I think that's how India looks at it. Of course, India also looks at it from a desire to play a bridge role. And therefore, trying to sort of push back the Chinese, the building of the empire of influence in the global south is one of India's key focal points, I would say. I'll take a few minutes and I'll end with that, trying to bring together the Indo-Pacific and the global south. I'll make 3 arguments. Where do I think the bringing together of the global south and the Indo-Pacific can be useful? One, I think if you bring the 2 together, you're looking at the creation of a non-hegemonic, dynamic, and inclusive space. You need to have forums where, if you look at the Indo-Pacific, it's a non-hegemonic space. China doesn't have a big sort of role to play, obviously, in that. Even the Americans find it difficult to hegemonize that particular space. If you look at the global south, same thing. It is not a hegemonic space. So I think bringing them together will actually create a lot more impetus for the creation of a non-hegemonic, dynamic, and inclusive space. Secondly, an expanded security agenda is given preferences than narrow defense agendas, both in the global south as well as in the Indo-Pacific. If you look at some of the conversations going on even within Quad, it is about climate change, it is about education, it is about supply chain. This is not really defense agendas. These are expanded security agendas in a non-traditional sense of the term. Same thing in the global south. If you look at some of the conversations happening in the global south, especially in the 2 back-to-back global south summits, you will see non-traditional agenda is given a lot of preference. 2 last points. One is, I think, both the global south and the Indo-Pacific are useful constructs in checkmating great power competition. The ASEAN, for example, or India for that matter, would not want great power competition to play out in their sort of region, as it were, not in the global south, not in the Indo-Pacific. And finally, I think both the global south and the Indo-Pacific are spaces where rules-based international order can be stressed by like-minded countries. Freedom of navigation, FOIP, concerns about illegal fishing, all of those issues can be flagged by participants in the Indo-Pacific as well as participants in the global south. And therefore, bringing them together, thinking about it like this panel is doing, I think is a very useful idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Happy Month, for I think raising some ideas about how we think about the so-called Global South solidarity. And Definitely, I think there is some room for us to debate on that later. So next, let's hear from the largest country from Southeast Asia, Indonesia. So thank you so much, Andrew Mantong, for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chuping. Thank you again for the Korea Association of International Studies for inviting me here in Korea to share and discuss about what do we think about the Indo-Pacific concept and the Global South concept. Speaking from the Indonesian point of view, before coming to this conference, I tried to collect some of the official speech made by our foreign policy elites in Indonesia whenever they say something about Global South and whenever they say something about the Indo-Pacific, just in order to ponder what they actually mean when they're talking about these concepts. Based on this small observation, I would like to say that at least what is similar between Indo-Pacific concept and Global South concept for Indonesian diplomats and executive leaders is that these two concepts are really a concept in the making. So it shows to us that the sort of geography is socially constructed, and whatever we are saying about the boundaries of the geography, it means something related to who we are and what we want and what do we do about this region. So it's very clear. For example, when Indonesian officials were kind of worried when the rise of Indo-Pacific discourses were prominent in the mid of between 2010 and 2020, for example. So they start to think about why do people talk about this region while we are losing our voice. So that's why the Indonesian government tried to jump into the concept by proposing the proposal of the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. The same thing with the Global South. But I would like to say that the uses of the concept for Indo-Pacific is more coherent than the uses of the Global South. The Global South concept has never really come into operational terms in terms of our foreign policy and diplomacy as compared to the uses of Indo-Pacific. For the uses of Indo-Pacific, the initiative between picking up the concept and making it into like a very serious intellectual debate in Indonesia, and then the concept traveled from the academia circles to foreign policy circles, it shows more coherence. It shows more serious and systematic kind of repackaging until it becomes our articulation at the foreign policy and diplomacy level. There are some occasions Indonesian diplomats, Indonesian leaders say something about the Global South. For example, when Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi attended the ASEAN, the BRICS meeting, and also attended some of the meeting related to Asia-Africa conference. And the way she says and she mentions about this Global South, she always uses the picture of the world which is divided between the have and the have-nots. And she would like to address the sort of injustice, the fact of inequality that is still embedded in the current global order, and the possibilities of making new alliance to sort of reform this kind of order. So in a sense, Indonesia is more reactionist when they are talking about Global South. And it means that when it comes to policy, they still have a long way to go from saying something into wanting something and performing that in a very systematic way. We also have noted some of the example of, like for example, by the mention of Global South concept by the President-elect Prabowo. And it's also been interesting because it means when they're talking about the Global South, some of the Indonesian officials are really talking about Africa. And it means that there would be the new market access, the alternative market, and so on and so forth for the solution if there have been some disruption on the Pacific side of the Indonesian theater. So I would like to say that the uses of the Global South has been a bit too sporadic for Indonesian diplomats, for Indonesian foreign policy, and it doesn't really come up with a coherent strategy of what do Indonesia want, what are the agenda, and what are actually the interests. The contrast can be seen if we look deeper into how Indonesia uses and pick the concept of Indo-Pacific. The concept was, for example, really mentioned when we are worried that, for example, US changed the Pacific Command into Indo-Pacific Command, and there have been some serious talks and debates about the Indo-Pacific concept. By the time the people, various stakeholders of foreign policy in Indonesia think that this new concept of Indo-Pacific has equal to great power politics, and we would like to introduce and reassert the identity of the region, which is not a very kind of zero-sum in outlook. So we would like to emphasize this is the region of the cooperation. This is the region where ASEAN has extended its influence, where ASEAN has contributed in the making of the regional security architecture, where ASEAN has performed its convening power and trying to ameliorate the sort of competition between great power into more kind of conferences, meetings, and convention. And these are the things that Indonesia would like to see. So therefore, there have been some predispositions in terms of the way the concept come from the talks into the actual practices. And Indonesia tried to build in the past tried to build the sort of ideas of Indonesia outlook on Indo-Pacific. And long story short, the concept has been adopted by ASEAN, and it creates some sort of at least complacency, worse, but at least best satisfaction for Indonesian diplomat that, okay, we still have a saying in this newly invented kind of geographical remaking. So the concept also come with the milestone documents in ASEAN, name the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, and there have been some at least specific agenda, like for example, sustainable development, maritime security, economic growth initiative, and so on and so forth. The next problem for Indonesia is whether the adoption of the ASEAN Outlook of Indo-Pacific means convergence of interest between ASEAN countries. It can be another stories. We can further discuss about that, but at least to this point, Indonesian foreign policy elites feels more confident whenever they're using the term of Indo-Pacific as compared to the Global South. So what I would like to say, at least for now, just to conclude my short opening remarks, at least for the Indonesian side, the uses of Global South has been a bit more reactionist, and the uses of the concept of Indo-Pacific at least a bit more reformist, in a sense that they know that there are something wrong with the current global order, but they don't seek to change the order, but they only want to, introduce some of the initiative, policy kind of proposal to reform the existing regional and international order to better suit the needs of the region. Of course, it also become more corresponding with what happened at the domestic level. The rise of the Global South uses come hand in hand with the trend, with the increasing trends of nationalist economic political outlook of the current administration. There have been some issues with regards to the government attempts to, for example, apply some a bit protectionist kind of measures of the trade by introducing the policy of downstreaming industry, especially directed at our critical minerals, and the project of the new capital and so on and so forth. That requires a big and huge sort of fiscal capacity at home, and it goes well with the sort of nationalist outlook. And nationalist outlook in our foreign policy was kind of served well when we are proving ourselves that we are an effective kind of initiator of a non-aligned movement and the ASEAN-Africa conference in the past. So it is, while it is more ideologically corresponded with the deep-seated kind of outlook of Indonesian politicians, the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific and the whole Indo-Pacific concept is more geared toward the existing practice of diplomacy after Indonesia took several, series in the history from the authoritarian era, and then come to New Order era, and then the Reform era, and then the democratized Indonesian era. So it is more related to the existing practice. It is more localized and regionalized in Amitav Acharya's word, kind of more into accustomed into the existing practices. And by saying so, Indonesia, when we are talking about the future of international order, it has been some contradictory kind of sign that I get from the Indonesian practices, that sometimes Indonesia would like to play with the ideas of reforming the existing order, or even revise the existing order, but on the other hand, with the uses of the Indo-Pacific, Indonesia sees more comfortability in the existing international order. So it has been contradictory, but that's the actual reality now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think after hearing to some of these ideas, I think we can start to go deeper into each of our countries' position on how do we positioning ourselves in the Indo-Pacific, and whether with or without Global South. So I would like to come back to Vanarit. So in terms of the increasingly narrow strategic space in our region, for example, so your country is also one of the most talked about when it comes to the US-China strategic competition. So how do you think your government has navigated so far the great power rivalry, and how does adherence to a kind of a Global South solidarity kind of identity has helped Cambodia navigate this space?
Thank you. I think first, we have a strong convictions in ASEAN. So we believe that ASEAN can provide a shield to protect our sovereignty, our independence, especially to deter foreign interference in our domestic politics. Because Cambodia has been the victim of foreign interference for more than 500 years after the collapse of the Khmer Empire. So we need to find ways to deter foreign interference. But it's not easy. It's not easy. But we have strong belief that ASEAN can help us doing that. Secondly, our agency and our capacity to navigate. So over the years, we have improved a lot in terms of diplomatic capacity. We invest in the human capital development training programs, and we also introduced this concept, economic diplomacy, for the past 6 years now. So we train our diplomats to be also entrepreneurs. Because at the end of the day, it's about economic interest that defines our survival in these geopolitical rivalries. Because economics determines politics. You need to provide jobs to your own people to get elected, to maintain your regime legitimacy. So that is the diplomatic capacity and agency in order to navigate all this. And the third point is to join this Global South movement. So that is a third layer. Even though we don't have a clear definition of Global South and we don't have clear strategy to engage, but we just feel a sense of necessity to strengthen the Global South because we feel that we belong to the Global South in terms of kind of a international identity. We are part of the developing world, and so that will help us to strengthen our independence as well. And the Global South movement, it's not necessary to challenge the North, the Global North. It's not necessary to challenge the West, but to build a more inclusive and a fair international system and order. So that is the objective. And so, lastly, the fourth layer is back to our neighborhoods diplomacy, because you can't do anything if you don't have stable neighbors. So we concerned about leadership changes, transition in Vietnam, for instance, what's going on in Thailand. So how these domestic changes in our two neighbors affect our survival and our agency. So that neighborhood diplomacy, and we want to engage in a very dynamic, very progressive to some extent, and our engagement with our neighbors. So that are some of the layers that we try to engage in this context of geopolitical rivalries by applying what we call it a pragmatic approach. We don't care any political ideas or ideology, democracy or not, never mind, as long as it can serve our national economic interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to turn to Aris. So of course your country has been the hotspot, the highlight of which what transpired in the South China Sea. So we'd like to hear from you, how has the Philippines navigated the tensions affecting your sovereignty, and also to what extent you think, so unlike Cambodia, Vanarit, who said that ASEAN has helped Cambodia to defend its sovereignty via the way of non-interference principle, but this very non-interference principle seems to be the very reason for the ASEAN member states not to voice out support for the Philippines. Please.
Thank you, Chuping. In a way, the Philippines seemed to be like an outlier among all ASEAN countries as far as the US-China competition and relationship with these two superpowers are concerned. Basically because of three things. One is that we're the only ASEAN country that has been colonized by the United States, and of which our political system is mainly derived from the US political system. Second, we're the only country in ASEAN that has a mutual defense treaty with the United States. I think this makes it difficult for the Philippines to engage in what we have belabored in a lot of our track 2 and our academic meetings regarding hedging. The Philippines would love to copy and imitate what our ASEAN neighbors have been doing, but as we all know, in international relations, perceptions do matter. And the perception of China is that the Philippines can never be able to somehow be allowed or be tolerated with hedging simply because we have a mutual defense treaty with the United States. And finally, in terms of relationship with China, we're the only country that took China to court. So all of these dynamics makes it very difficult for the Philippines to simply behave as much or similar to what other countries are behaving across China's neighborhood. These geopolitical and these historical realities are, I think, being embedded now in current Philippine foreign policy making. And I do think, despite the idea, there's a hypothetical. What if the Philippines just revoke its mutual defense treaty with the United States? Will China's behavior change? Will China's aggressive behavior in the South China Sea, devoid of international law, change? But remember, we had the previous administration from 2016 to 2022 that disregarded the arbitral award, disregarded international law as the basis of Philippine rights, and basically forwarded a very pro-Beijing, accommodationist, and a lot of the pundits would call defeatist policy, China policy in terms of the Duterte administration. And in those 6 years, China's behavior has not changed at all. So in a way, despite this aggressive behavior, I think, and I'll go to the second part of your question on ASEAN, I think for now, the Philippine government under Marcos Jr. is not asking for support. If you're seeing on social media or those are just pundits. The Marcos Jr. administration respects ASEAN, and I think Marcos's, again, speech at Shangri-La, he was basically talking to ASEAN countries more than he's talking to US and China. So the audience of Marcos's speech at Shangri-La were actually, I think, more ASEAN, it's the Philippines' ASEAN counterparts more than the US or China itself. And Marcos's speech is basically saying, and the positionality of his government is that we understand why there's no support. This is something that has not that has happened before. When the government filed the case at The Hague, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, there was also not explicit ASEAN support. However, having said this, we don't really know what happens behind the scenes diplomacy. as far as we all know, there might not have been explicit, vocal, and public support, but I do think while there's rationality in international relations, there's also emotions, there's also empathy. And we keep on saying in the Philippines is that if China behaves like this to us, who's next after us? So in the end, I think we're in such a difficult position right now, but as far as the Philippines is concerned, we're just trying to do everything that we can to protect our national interest, because that's basically the be all and end all of foreign policy. If we must kowtow to China again, I don't know what that line simply means. That might mean giving up territory, which no government of the day will do, because that will be an impeachable offense under the current constitution.
Thank you so much, Aris, for sharing. The stake is so high for the Philippines right now. So, like you said, you are forced to align closer to the other side than the others because the security interests are at stake. So I would like to bring this to another Southeast Asian countries, because the conversation would flow that way. So Andrew, it seems like for countries that doesn't have such urgency in protecting or defending our sovereign interests, so what kind of solidarity that we can show with a country like the Philippines, and maybe coming from I actually don't like the term like-minded countries, because it actually creates exclusive clubs rather than being inclusive in our engagement. So rather, I would like to promote this idea of similar-minded or similar interest countries. So if you can find some common ground, surely you can extend that to the other countries when they are in need. So what do you think about that?
Oh, it's a hard question, because I don't know how to answer that question, whether I should answer that question as an Indonesian voters, or I should answer that question in the words of many diplomats. At least from the Indonesian side, the sort of solidarity is going to be, first and foremost, it is written in our constitutions that we should deny every kind of colonization and imperialism and so on and so forth. And if colonialism means a trespass towards territorial integrity and sovereignty, so it should become the first kind of action whenever there are incidents of aggressions and trespassing towards someone else's territory. So it should be a direct and spontaneous responses whenever this case happens. While what do I mean spontaneous? We are referring to cases like, for example, Ukraine. We're also referring to cases like, for example, Gaza to some extent. That's in the mind of Indonesian people. With the case of South China Sea, it should also become more straightforward, because at least if it's puzzled in terms of who's going to be winning, whose side is on the conflict and so on and so forth, at least there are second actual principles that has become a bedrock of Indonesian nationalism and Indonesian nationality itself. It has to be stated that our national unity has only been concluded after we wage some serious diplomatic efforts that leads to the 1982 UNCLOS law of the sea. And many of the issues related to the South China Sea disputes should have been easy if we refer to the existing international law. So respect towards international law should become also the main references of the way we should manage our dispute, how we should deal with some sort of issues related to the latest incident. Speaking as an Indonesian voter, as an Indonesian citizen, I'm pretty much kind of worried sometimes if my government is somewhat lagging in terms of making responses, especially last year during the second Thomas Shoal incidents, for example, there has been some delay from Indonesia as the chair of ASEAN to express this kind of strong and direct statement to the incidents. And yeah, thanks to some bit push at the end of the chairmanship, we managed to come up with this with the standalone statement on maritime stability and on December 31st, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, there have been some principles which is embedded in Indonesian constitutions, also regionalized in terms of ASEAN. But what we need now is actually the consistency of walk the talk. That's the thing that actually needed for Indonesia. For Indonesian foreign policy, this is also become more important if the aspiration is somewhat to become a middle power. So you really have to be able to identify what sort of principles, what sort of norms that you would like to garner and you would like to promote at the regional level. And this, if we are not able to be more straightforward whenever this kind of incidents happens, it's going to be, conflicting with our mission to become a middle power or even a major global player.
This is actually a very great response. So I would have to give credit to Indonesia for hosting the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum last year. So yeah, of which this year was actually continued by the Philippines rather by Laos as the ASEAN chair. So I think the maritime domain is such a space where the Southeast Asian countries need to navigate the economy and also the security interests, and it have been proven to be very difficult with the mainland Southeast Asian countries like Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, kind of taking a backseat in that regard. So applying the same kind of thinking and mindset, so to Hapimon, how do you perceive like Southeast Asia as your immediate neighboring region? So it seems like we know that we are important to each other, but yet the engagement is not as in-depth as we expect it to be. And given the fact that India-Pakistan conflict and also China-India could have direct spillover impact to Southeast Asia, so how do you see this when the India and ASEAN region should together, as you mentioned, non-hegemonic, inclusive kind of engagement and create that kind of space?
Right, I think that's an interesting question, because I think over the years, India has been focusing on its own immediate neighborhood. As you correctly pointed out, India's focus was either on South Asia, the neighboring countries, Pakistan, and also to a great extent China, clearly, Indian Ocean region. And then the Indian focus has been global, right? I mean, you're sort of engaging and courting the United States, the Europeans and the Russians, so you're talking about that sort of a multi-aligned sort of a foreign policy. In between, we sort of missed out on the extended neighbors, right? I mean, both in the Southeast Asian region and also in Central Asia and in Middle East. We have definitely interest in all these three sort of regions, but unfortunately, the past policy has been either you focus on the immediate neighborhood or you focus on great powers. I think that policy is must change, and I think is changing. Let me sort of bring some aspects of that change. I think the rise of China and the aggressive rise of China is an impetus in the Indian thinking as far as the need to make more friends, to create a situation in the larger Indo-Pacific region in which China is dissuaded from taking aggressive actions towards its neighbors. Now, to do that, I think India must and is reaching out to countries like the Philippines or other countries in the region, Southeast Asia. Clearly also some of the other powers in the region like South Korea, Japan, and all of these countries. I think a lot more conversation needs to happen between India, the Indian Ocean powers, Southeast Asian powers on what do we mean by free and open Indo-Pacific? What do we mean by the rule of law, etc., freedom of navigation? I think these conversations have been ignored for a long time. That must pick up. This is the opportune time for that. The other reason why I think this sort of opportunity will be picked up by New Delhi is also because New Delhi fancies itself as a pole in a multipolar world, as a pole in a multipolar Asia, definitely. So if you want to be a pole, you got to behave like a pole. That means sort of reaching out to these spaces that were sort of abandoned in the let's say, earlier strategizing towards these regions. Finally, I think there is also a sort of a coming together of various powers in these regions, in the Indo-Pacific, in the southern Indian Ocean, in the East, Southeast Asian sort of space. You're looking at the United States, you're looking at the Europeans more interested in these spaces. You're looking at the Japanese and the Koreans more interested in that space. I think India is also in that mix, trying to sort of reach out to hitherto, let's say, untouched regions, as it were. And that applies to the Middle East, that applies to Central Asia, that applies to also the larger Indo-Pacific. And let me add, although you didn't ask me that question, that also applies to the Global South in general. I think that's a space, if we ignore, will become advantageous to another private power, which is the People's Republic of China. That applies to the Indo-Pacific as well. So I think it is important for the Indian side to cultivate and reach out to interested and like-minded countries, both in the Global South and the Indo-Pacific, including Southeast Asia, for a variety of reasons, as I pointed out.
Right. So I think some of our panelists already touched upon how each of their country respond to US-China, for example. So how about India?
Well, I think India is somewhat different, I would say. Let me sort of unpack India's China challenge for you, or China dilemma for you. India, if you look at India's, growth metrics or military power today, India has been the strongest it has been in, say, 200 years, since the time of colonialism. And yet, it is the weakest it has ever been vis-a-vis China. In the 1980s, India and China were roughly equal in the GDP. Not any longer. India is a $4 trillion economy. China is a $18 to $19 trillion economy. That's a huge sort of gap there. So you have a challenge next door, and India has woken up to that. India's focus from Pakistan has shifted away from focusing on China, for that matter. So there is a recognition of that threat. India is also next door to China, right? So you're looking at a China that has created problems for India on the border, like salami slicing Indian territory. In 2020, we had the Galwan crisis. So there is the immediate threat part of it. There is also the other aspect, which is China is one of India's biggest trading partners. You're talking about 140 billion merchandise trade, which is about 18 to 19% of India's total merchandise export, and which is only 3% of China's total exports, as it were. So you can't really say no to any relationship with this country. You go to sort of, at the same time, defend your interests and engage China. You can also sort of try and go the American way, which is, hard balance China, using military, using other similar means, because United States is an offshore balancer. It is located in a place where China is not going to attack. India is next door. Unlike many of these countries, India sits next door, and therefore, should China decide to act up, it's going to be acting up against countries like India. There is that problem. And one of the reasons, I think I keep telling my Western friends this, one of the reasons why India hasn't really given up, or will not probably give up Russia, is because of the China factor. Russia and China are getting close, and India has had a traditional close relationship with Russia. And today, if India were to say that we are going to give up on you, we're going to move to the West and the United States, the Chinese and Russians are going to be thicker than what they are today. So the China challenge in some ways keeps India tied to some extent to Russia. It also forces India to move away from Russia, because India needs new partners to sort of try and defend against the China threat. So I think the Indians are not really willing to play the role of a regional security guard for the United States of America to guard against the Chinese. That's not happening, right? I mean, that's not in the Indian DNA. It's been a non-aligned country for the longest period. But it is also woken up to the reality that China is a threat and a challenge, and therefore there is a lot more recognition to work with like-minded countries, including the United States and Japan and Australia and South Korea, etc., to see how we can defend against the rising Chinese challenge in the region.
Right. Yeah. So I think that also brings us to expand the scope of our roundtable discussion in the way that this world is not just about US and China. We also need to look at the other powers. So for Vanarit, for example, I think Cambodia has been doing very well in terms of hedging among the major powers. Not only you have received Japan's economic aid for quite a long time that built the capital of Phnom Penh. US also continue to extend defense partnership and ties with Cambodia. Of course, not to mention China-Cambodia partnership. So when you mentioned that Cambodia should consider joining BRICS, and that reminded me that BRICS is actually originally a coalition of the most powerful country in their respective region. So Brazil from Latin America, India from South Asia, China from East Asia, and Russia, and also South Africa. So what would be, you think, is the basis for Cambodia's new membership, and also the fact that I think Thailand and Malaysia right now already started the application process. So again, this brings us to the discussion about global north, global south, the haves and have-nots. So in which also raised the discussion about inequality, trade imbalance, and all that stuff. So would you like to share some of your views on that?
Thank you. Yes, when I have some informal discussion with some Cambodian policy advisors, they're also concerned that we are still a small economy. Will we be accepted to be part of BRICS? But I mentioned that there's several other small economies in the Middle East, for instance, right? UAE and others that joins BRICS. So I think BRICS, from our perspective, it should embrace even small economy like Cambodia. But let's see when we start applying for the membership. But of course, I think Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam may join first, and then we follow. And anyway, when it comes to all this hedging, you correctly mentioned that we have implemented at more dynamic, robust way now, compared with, let's say, 2 years ago. I mean, backward, under the new leadership, new administration led by Prime Minister Hun Manet. He graduated from West Point and very open to different ideas and new ideas, and he feels comfortable communicating with the Western leaders. So that counts a lot in terms of communications and understanding, mutual understanding. So I think look at Cambodian foreign policy at this stage. Of course, China remains the most important strategic economic partner, but it doesn't mean that good relation between Cambodia and China is at the expense of Cambodia-US relation, or Cambodia-Japan, or Cambodia relation with other countries. So I think now what I can say is it's one of the best time of Cambodian foreign policy in this external engagement through hedging. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to bring this to Andrew first, because Indonesia is also known for its multi-directional foreign policy, bebas dan aktif, right? So independent in the sense that you are free to forge a kind of a non-ideologically biased kind of engagement. So for instance, during the outbreak of Russia-Ukraine war, so your President Jokowi actually visited both Russia and also Ukraine. So in that line, however, Indonesia does not express interest in joining BRICS, for example, given the hype right now. So would you like to share some views about that? And also maybe articulate a bit about how Indonesia perceive India?
Oh, hard. The principle of free and active foreign policy was invented by Muhammad Hatta in the time of Cold War was still high at that moment. So it was meant to deal with the ideologically and strategically divided world back then, but the situation is somewhat different now. So we haven't yet to come into a serious sort of ideologically polarized world, even though there have been some documents and speeches made by, for example, President Yoon, even here in Korea, or even President Biden that refers to democracy versus authoritarianism and so on and so forth. But it does not really touch to that point when there are two competing ideologies trying to seize the true meaning of what politics should be done, how economics should be managed, and so on and so forth. And because we have not yet come into this sort of ideological moment, the free and active foreign policy for Indonesian foreign policy have become a bit technical, a bit operational, and a bit some sort of dogmatic. So it means that in every conflicting situation, Indonesia should be right at the middle by engaging both sides equally, regardless of what is the stakes that is being conflicted or what is the sort of principles that is being debated. Like, for example, when the president visited Ukraine, he has the strong urgency to also visit Russia. When the last president-elect was invited to China, as though his first international trip as president-elect, he also has the urgency to also visit Japan. And when Indonesia play this kind of game with the BRICS, and in the following days, the government come up with the initiative to apply for OECD. So there have been this kind of trying to position ourselves in the middle of everything. The idea is to become a bridge builder, to stay neutral, and so on and so forth. And this is the part where we are worried as an analyst, because more and more it looks like a neutrality in everything just for the sake of neutrality, not driven by a clear interest or driven by a clear sort of principles that should become the main reference whenever we made the policy. And but you know, for better for worse, it works so far for Indonesian leaders. At least it works in a time when they are facing elections. So the diplomacy that they are trying to do at the international level, trying, for example, when we are the host of G20 in Bali, we managed to do it. Logistically, it was successful, and also followed up by the series of ASEAN summits when Indonesia became chair. And then we hosted also some various international conference at home, just to show that, okay, conference-wise, world still looks okay. Everyone still comes to the party that hosted by Indonesia, you know, and then to the event hosted by Indonesia, and everyone comes, have the photograph, and then come home after that. But the real structural changes and structural shift are not really addressed by this kind of, you know, events, conferences, and multilateral platforms that we are trying to host. And this is where actually I think my last point is, the free and active foreign policy have become the sort of the dogma for our foreign policy, and you know, unfortunately, in this sort of changing world, foreign policy does not always mean diplomacy. So this is where I think the Indonesian foreign policy establishment for the new government should really think about it, that maybe what they are doing in terms of conference is not really corresponding to the real problem at the structural, at the more structural level.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of substance, right? So, for example, this session is held in concurrent with the other session on U.S.-China, and obviously the crowd were drawn to the other side. So, coming back to Aris, I think for the Philippines as well. So, not only you begin to diversifying your trade even though China is still the major trading partner of the Philippines at the moment as we speak, however, there is a more urgent need for the Philippines to diversify your economic and also security as well. So, for example, the recent acquisition of a BrahMos missile from India, I thought that was quite an interesting choice. So would you like to also add on to how the Philippines also perceive the Russia-Ukraine war, and how does the partnership of the Philippines in all domains would be going forward from now on?
Right. In terms of Russia-Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine in early 2022, the government was still under Rodrigo Duterte, and his stance was to be neutral about it, which many have severely criticized this, because the Philippines cannot be neutral because this is in grave violation of the UN Charter, of which the Philippines is a founding member of the United Nations. So there was some criticism of that government's decision to stay neutral. However, the timing was beneficial in terms of maintaining consistency of Philippine foreign policy positions, because the Philippines have not shied away from always siding with the aggrieved party in terms of invasions throughout global history. So the Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the Korean War, all of those, the Philippines has stood by its counterparts in condemning aggression and those that violate the principles of the UN Charter. When I said perfect timing, it was early 2022, there was an election, and I do think by the end, if you will notice, in terms of voting in the Human Rights Council and the UN Security Council, the Philippines, in fact, and I think Myanmar were the only two, correct me if I'm wrong, initially countries that have voted against Russia in condemnation of the violence and being inflicted on Ukraine. So therefore, it was good timing, because the Duterte government was on its way out, and somehow the bureaucrats at the foreign policy establishment were given more free rein in being able to recalibrate the Philippine position towards supporting Ukraine in this regard. Also, there was not enough to anchor the Philippines to adopt a pro-Russia stance in terms of historical relations, where unlike other ASEAN neighbors and other countries in Asia, in fact, prior to Duterte, there was almost zero relations with Russia in terms of political and even security-wise. And in fact, the Marcos Jr. administration, upon assumption in office, invalidated the purchase of Russian military equipment, if I'm not mistaken, so much so that the Philippines had to incur losses because it reneged on that agreement. However, the Marcos Jr. administration calculated that the cost of doing so is less than the cost that the Philippines will suffer given possible US sanctions for allowing itself to procure or to somehow get military equipment from Russia. In terms of moving forward, you may notice that Zelensky actually visited Manila after he appeared in the Shangri-La Dialogue in order to convince Marcos Jr. for support. And in fact, Marcos Jr. may not have attended the summit in Switzerland, but sent a high-level delegation, something that, of course, was not able to do by other ASEAN member states. So therefore, in this case, the Philippines has not really, walked on eggshells as far as the Russia-Ukraine case goes. Similar with, for example, Israel and Gaza. Unfortunately, the Philippines have followed the US line in terms of voting prior, but I do think the Philippines right now is quite careful, because we can't really seek international support when we're being bullied by a superpower, when we can't support others that are being aggrieved by other aggressive and aggressive bullies in the international scene.
Interesting. So yeah, actually, Philippines and Russia did maintain some kind of minimal relations as far as some of the migration did occur, and maybe not the trade office in Manila, but Russia does have trade offices in Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, and Jakarta. That's how as far as I'm aware of. So, but understandably, the Philippines has been very consistent in their foreign policy, and I particularly admire how the Philippine government usually speak out against atrocities. And coming back to Russia, so I started this round because you mentioned about Russia. so interestingly, India also has a way to maintain, to be in big court. Like, I still remember when India refused to speak out against the Russia-Ukraine war. There was a threat from among the American and Australian diplomats to expel India from Quad, for example, but obviously that did not happen. So I think for the larger, I think we are almost ready to wrap up the discussion. So maybe I will invite each of the panelists to share your concluding remarks. But before that round, anything that you would like to raise that has not been mentioned in your prior intervention just now, you can do so. So starting from, okay, Andrew.
I haven't really answered your question about where India in Indonesian strategic equation. As far as free and active foreign policy is concerned, there have been some high expectation from other regional powers, or major power, or medium, small, and middle power in the region, to have their own strategic autonomy. So the hope for Indonesia is that, can we diffuse the sort of dominance of US-China competition at this moment by making and elevating other player in the region? So for India would become one of the most important sources of this kind of diversifying international and regional order. So there have been some high hopes for India, high hopes for Japan, and high hopes for Australia, and high hope also for South Korea. But within Indonesian expectation is not only the Indonesian wish that these countries are being more active, more care about regional public goods, but Indonesia also expect that these countries should be able to differentiate themselves even more autonomously from either US or China. So I think it is embedded in Indonesian expectation. Like, for example, India would be more active and more invested in various ASEAN mechanisms, that Korea, for example, would become more active in contributing not only at the economic side of ASEAN activities, but also on the political security side. There have been also some expectation that if the market access for US is kind of hard for Indonesia to tap in, and sources of infrastructure for the new capital is only coming from China, there would be some hope that the fund also will come from Japan and Korea or something like that. So the wish for these countries like India is also to diversify the current international order, not to become too dominated and overswept by the narrative of US-China competition. So that's the actual hope of Indonesian foreign policy now.
Thank you for pick up that question. But now that you mentioned South Korea, so I think it's also ideal for us to wrap this up. Many thanks for the sponsorship of the Korea Foundation and also the Korean Association of International Studies. I think lastly, let us evaluate South Korea's new Southern policy, which was implemented from 2017 to 2022. So now that the current government has launched Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, KASI, but it seems to be remaining an initiative. So whatever that has been ongoing, the exchanges between South Korea and the ASEAN member states are the continuity from the previous policy mechanisms. And initially, New Southern Policy is supposed to include India. So I think South Korea, India has proceeded with their own bilateral arrangement and partnership. So I would like to invite every panelist to provide your view about your country's relations with South Korea at the moment.
Okay, thanks. Republic of Korea have earned significant political trust from Southeast Asia. So that is the most important capital. Second is economic links between Republic of Korea and Southeast Asia. I think the kind of the link that we need to improve is defense and security. And recently we see increasing role of Republic of Korea when it comes to cyber security, for instance, and maritime security. So that is a welcome move. So I think that the new Southern policy and the latest development of Republic of Korea engagement in the region are quite robust, but I think the constraint is more domestic politics because of leadership transition, leadership change. So that puts some brakes or barriers on Korea foreign policy and engagement. So we expect that regardless of domestic political change, it will not disrupt Korea engagement and foreign policy objective and interest. So that is our expectation. But I think it depends on the people of Korea and also the leadership from different political parties that as a middle power, your foreign policy is high stake, especially in the context of a multiplex world, geopolitical rivalry. So because Korea cannot develop alone, it needs to be strongly connected. And I think the destiny of Korea is more interconnected, intertwined with Southeast Asia than any other regions in the world. So that is your future, and Southeast Asia is your future, and we share that common destiny.
Thank you so much. So, Aris, we are the only two representatives from South China Sea Claimant State. So I can't help to mention this whenever it comes to you. So South Korea also, for the past, with the current government, have heightened interest in the South China Sea issue. For example, the first Korea-Malaysia defense talk convened last year was basically South Korean trying to understand South China Sea issue and how exploring ways how they can afford some maritime security assistance to Malaysia. So how about to the Philippines?
Right. It's great that you mentioned the South China Sea dispute and what the Korean government, South Korean government has been doing quite lately. Every time there's an incident in the South China Sea involving China and the Philippines, we normally hear statements of solidarity or support on social media from the usual suspects. But ever since early this year, the embassy of South Korea in Manila has been quite vocal in condemning aggression in the South China Sea, condemning the harm that has been done to Philippine Coast Guard and fishermen. And basically the latest incident in the Second Thomas Shoal, we've seen solidarity or support from South Korea. And I was told by our Korean academic counterparts that this is quite unprecedented, that South Korea is speaking out in terms of supporting aggrieved states in the South China Sea issue. And it's not just because a tweet is cheap. It's not just words. Actually, South Korea has been helping with the maritime domain awareness, maritime capacity building of the Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine Navy for quite some time. I saw news of ships that have been manufactured by Korean companies to help with naval and Coast Guard capabilities of the Philippines. So South Korea is not totally loud in terms of expressing support compared to other countries, but it's there and its presence. And I do think this has something to do with the increased awareness and recognition of of South Korea, that the South China Sea issue is not just a matter between the contiguous states, but is of not, if not Indo-Pacific concern, but of global concern. And I do think that given this, given the trilateral between Japan, US, and the Philippines, as well as the unprecedented cooperation between US, Japan, and South Korea, you really see a potential for some form of minilateral, some form of enlarged trilateral cooperation involving South Korea and looping them in with the existing arrangements, unilateral security arrangements between the US, the Philippines, Japan, Australia, and South Korea might be the newest member.
Thank you so much. So how about Indonesia? Because ROK mission to ASEAN, for example, play a great role in maintaining a kind of a ASEAN ROK engagement. But how about under the current government?
You mentioned about the ROK mission to ASEAN based in Jakarta. From what I see, they have been doing very, very good job in maintaining the sort of continuity from the New Southern Policy to the KASI, the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiatives. But you know, this administration, at least from my understanding, is one of the most pro-American administrations, and various kind of groupings and initiative done by this administration is showing that Korea is first and foremost a country that is having solidarity with other American alliance, and that is also understandable that they have the feel the urgency, for example, to say something whenever the South China Sea issues incidents becomes at stakes. And the problem of this is that we did have the New Southern Policy in the past, which is good in terms of elevating a location of Southeast Asia in Korean foreign policy. But the problem with the New Southern Policy was not really equipped with a quite solid initiative on political security cooperation. The new administration vows to have more robust political security cooperation, but there are still remain the same problem. First, if you approach Southeast Asia and approach ASEAN, it can mean two different things. So if when you say that ASEAN, probably some of the policy would go into bilateral channels between Korea and different ASEAN member states, and the other policy should go into the ASEAN as an organization. The real problem for Indonesia is whether first we keep being the major benefactor of this new elevation of Southeast Asia in Korea, because we know that we have been losing to Vietnam in terms of competing to attract more foreign direct investment from Korea and to attract, for example, more trade volumes. Not to mention that Indonesia is also having a very, very serious problem with regards to the jet fighter project with Korea. It creates some of the the problem of trust between the two countries. And Indonesia is also hoping that Korea would become a bit, Korea's role in ASEAN would become more instrumental like Japan did in the past, with the establishment, for example, ASEAN Regional Forum, with Japanese sponsors in terms of intellectual kind of reservoir by establishing the area think tanks based in Jakarta. We want Korea to play the same thing, to invest more in ASEAN mechanism, to push some of the sectoral bodies cooperation, like for example, transnational crime, maritime, cyber, to become more robust in terms of adopting new work plan and so on and so forth. But Korea has not come into that level of engagement with ASEAN, which for Indonesia is still somewhat expected and much anticipated from Korea. So having said so, the huge problem for KASI, the huge question for KASI now is whether this new initiative is followed up by clear structure and clear mechanism on how various kind of programs are linked with the rationale are linked with the clear interest and most importantly linked with the clear technical levels on how you should implement day to day.
Right. So I think across Southeast Asia, seems like South Korea's engagement is a bit imbalanced, so lacking in some other countries, but heavily invested in some, but yet there is some drawbacks and all that. So how about India?
You know, for the longest period, Indians looked at South Korea as a source of great brands of electronic goods, and the South Koreans looked at India as a great market to sell those goods. I think this has been changing for some time now. For example, India looks at South Korea as a partner who can perhaps give India defense equipment. The South Korean defense equipment has been used by the Indian Army, for example. The South Korean success in the UAE in creating the nuclear reactor is looked at India very carefully, because since the Indians signed a nuclear deal with the United States and other countries, India has not been able to import any nuclear reactors thanks to the liability law that we have in place. I think the Koreans may be more amenable to the Indian liability law than perhaps some of the Western countries. I think so the defense engagement is on the rise. Also the Korean naval platforms are looked at by India with a great deal of interest. Secondly, I think the fact that the Koreans are probably more open to looking at China as a challenge, and yet not sort of not hard balance China in the way the Americans perhaps would want them to, or Americans would probably want India to, you know, creates a lot of commonality between the Indian and Korean positions, because we both recognize the China challenge, but we both don't want to go all guns blazing against the Chinese. So I think that creates a certain similarity and synergy in our perceptions, secondly. And thirdly, the fact that there is now a lot more conversation between South Korea, Japan, and the United States. And Japan is a great strategic partner for India. And the more there is synergy between Japan and South Korea, it sort of brings the two sides closer to us. And I think as countries located in the heart of the Indo-Pacific, India, South Korea, Japan, these countries have a more nuanced view of the balance of power here, and how to sort of sometimes hard balance, sometimes soft balance, sometimes not balance. I think these are better understood by these countries than, say, offshore balances like the United States. So I think, therefore, a lot more conversations will need to happen between, say, India, Philippines, India, Indonesia, and of course, South Korea. And I want to sort of end my sort of remarks by going back to the larger question about the Indo-Pacific, the Global South, and the conversations between these two. And I think, as you pointed out earlier, it is important to create more space and maneuvering space, as it were, internationally, because you're looking at a system in flux, as it were. I think as developing countries, we don't need to fight shy of creating new forums, even if some of those forums are half-baked. Call it Indo-Pacific, call it the Global South, call it what you will, because the dependence on the forums created by the Western powers in the wake of the Second World War are simply not functional today. When the Ukraine war came, they forgot about the rest of the humanity. When COVID came in 2020, there was nobody from the West willing to sort of give a helping hand to the region. In fact, the COVID vaccine patents are still not waived by some of these countries. So what are we really talking about? And that's why we need conversations happening in various forums such as the Global South. When the global governance fails, you need alternative forums. When Western forums don't listen to you, you need alternative forums. When those forums are not structured to take your concerns on board, you need your own forums. And I think that is why some of these forums are important. And it is also, for countries like Indonesia, India, it is also important to mediate between the developing world and the developed world, the North and the South, the elite institutions of the G20, G7, and the UNSC, and some of the other forums. I think we have a role to sort of play that mediatory role too. So I think to that extent, I am therefore a great fan of some of these flexilaterals and minilaterals, call it what you will, but I think they contribute to the larger purpose of making the needs and the demands of the less developed countries heard internationally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we will go with the rest of the panelists for your concluding remarks. So Vanarit.
I think we did have a very fruitful, interactive discussion, and I have learned a lot from other panelists. My final words here is the Indo-Pacific and the Global South are different initiatives with divergent geostrategic interests, but country perception toward these two initiatives can be kind of complementary depending on their interest definition and their interest and how they engage these two initiatives. For Cambodia, I just would like to emphasize that we are together with other Southeast Asian countries embracing this open, inclusive, multilateral system. So as long as these initiatives contribute to regional peace development, they are welcome. So no problem. So moving forward, I think we open to these two initiatives, and we try to figure out how we can tape the benefits from emerging initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Aris.
Thank you once again for being part of this panel. The idea behind the Global South as a possible rallying point for small countries is that in the height of geostrategic competition between superpowers, it's often countries that don't have that status that gets affected, of which they somehow lose control of their ability to somehow promote and protect their national interests. And it's quite very pragmatic, and we understand that countries will decouple and seek the space where they could maneuver and assert their and have their interests not to be trampled upon in the face of superpower rivalry. But I do think that it's important, whether you're a small, middle, or a middle country, middle power, to have strategic foresight. It's quite difficult to foresee what is happening given the turbulence we're seeing in the region, but at the same time, being reactive to things, like being reactive in the face of what's going to be the next global pandemic, how the climate change agenda is being driven and controlled by major, if not by superpowers. However, the effects of transnational security challenges like pandemics and climate change, at the forefront of this, the frontline states are your members of the Global South. So therefore, it's not enough to say that autonomy, strategic autonomy is quite important. But I do think what we're seeing right now is there's power in collective identity, in being able to rally around, and even major powers are seeing the importance of small powers when they're combined, when they're unified, when they're somehow have mutuality of interest. And I do think the next step is to be able to identify what these mutual interests are, right? What are the common challenges that Global South countries, those that don't really have enough control on what happens in the international arena, and be proactive in being able to not only foresee what the next challenges are, but being able to remind superpowers that the region is not just their playground where they act out their superpower competition, but these affect the daily lives of these countries, and these affect the ongoing processes of nation building and development, of which a lot of these global South countries are seeking to have a peaceful and stable region so that they could get on with their projects of nation formation and development. I think I'll stop with that.
Oh, that's really great remarks there. So, Andrew.
Thank you, Chuping. Based on my presentation, I think what I want to conclude from observing the way Indonesia use Indo-Pacific terms and Global South terms, I would like to say that the Indo-Pacific terms is more backed by the clear and more coherent sort of intellectual background, and they have been they invested in somewhat thinking what would the world look like in the future or something like that. At least, even though the implementation is not as good as we want to see, there are clear justification in trying to picture the region that is not only about superpower competition, but the Indo-Pacific region is also, for example, a region of ring fire, region of disaster, region of various natural disaster that would still always seek for common regional public goods. And speaking of which, even though we are not so coherent, Indonesia is not coherent in addressing Global South terms, at least there are clear concerns that are actual. I think if we refer to the title of the entire conference, the sort of international order, I think from the Indonesian point of view, the problem of injustice, the problem of imbalances in various world economy is really there. As we are now speaking, the world is getting hotter in terms of climate, and people are losing jobs because jobs are transforming. We're experiencing this kind of digitalization, while there are the problem of deep inequality, not only experienced by developing countries, but also experienced by developing worlds. That is also become the question for democracy in entire the world, whether you want to choose the populist leaders to become your leaders or not, whether you would like to still invest at the international cooperation or not. It really depends on how you address the problem of inequality at home. So I think why we need the Global South kind of initiatives now, at least in the world when there are some double standards, embedded in the previous sort of international order, where the principle of, for example, democracy and human rights are used and applied selectively in different kind of interest situations. This is the time when the countries, joining the sort of Global South issues to become more explicit in thinking about the world that they want to build, the sort of intellectual kind of ideas, the sort of ideas and the sort of sources of solidarity where we still can talk in the time when people keep talking more and more about interest, their own security, principle still matters. And I think Global South can be the place where the rising countries, small countries, medium countries can talk more about the common goods instead. Thank you.
From the many Indo-Pacific strategies to the multiple coalitions and groupings in the Global South, from national interest to security challenges, we have covered a wide range of issues, and I'm very happy to say that this is a very rich discussion, and we have learned so much from. He has already done. So I think hopefully this roundtable has done justice to the honorarium paid to us, and I'm thankful to the Korean organizers and the staff who is in this room managing the video recording and also allowing Aris to join us from Manila. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For ourselves.
See you soon, Aris.
You'll make a good television anchor.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye. Aris, next time, Korea, okay?
Yes.
You should try television. He was also very good.